to the whispers carried on the frozen winds, to the silent strength of ancient oaks, and to the enduring dance of the aurora borealis that paints the northern skies with the brush strokes of the divine. This tale is dedicated to those who feel the pull of forgotten paths, who seek understanding in the stark beauty of untamed lands, and who find resonance in the echoes of myths that shape our world and our souls. May you, like Einar, find your own staff of remembrance and navigate the landscapes of memory and destiny with courage and clarity. This is for the seekers, the dreamers, and the inheritors of ancient wisdom, forever bound to the sagas of the gods and the enduring spirit of humanity. May the wisdom of the All-Father guide your journey as it has guided Einar's, and may the clarity of the falling spear illuminate your path forward. To those who listen closely to the silence, for there the greatest truths are often found. The air in the northern fjords was a palpable entity, a biting embrace that seeped into the marrow. Winter's reign was absolute, transforming the rugged coastline into a stark tableau of whites, grays, and the profound, icy blues of the deep fjords. Here, where the world seemed to hold its breath under the weight of the frost, Einar began his solitary pilgrimage. The landscape mirrored the desolation within him, a vast, unyielding expanse that offered no comfort, only the sharp kiss of the cold. He was a man adrift, his past a shattered mirror, its fragments glinting with the taunting whispers and elusive visions that had become his constant companions. His journey was not one of choice, but of an undeniable pull, an ancient summons etched into the very fabric of his soul. It felt like a path divinely ordained, a pilgrimage trodden by those who walked with the gods. He carried no sword, no shield, no tool of war. His only possessions were the clothes on his back, the worn leather of his boots, and a staff carved from the heartwood of an oak that had weathered centuries, perhaps even millennia. This staff, rough yet comforting in his grasp, was more than a walking aid. It was a silent witness to his internal struggle, a tangible link to a past he could not fully recall, yet felt intrinsically tied to. The weight of his fractured memory was a heavier burden than any weapon, a constant, nagging presence that manifested in disembodied whispers and fleeting, unsettling visions. They were the echoes of a forgotten life, or perhaps a destiny yet to unfold. The stark beauty of the fjords was breathtaking, a testament to the raw, untamed power of nature. Jagged peaks, dusted with fresh snow, pierced a sky of pale, unforgiving blue. The water below, a deep, fathomless indigo, was a treacherous mirror, reflecting the somber grandeur of the world. Every gust of wind seemed to carry secrets, the sigh of ancient spirits through the skeletal branches of frost-kissed trees. Einar moved through this world with a quiet intensity, his gaze often lost in the swirling snow, his mind wrestling with the phantom memories that flickered at the edges of his consciousness. He was a solitary figure against this immense backdrop, a man seeking solace, or perhaps answers, in the heart of the frozen north. The call to this journey had been subtle, yet persistent. It began not as a roaring thunder, but as a soft murmur on the wind, a persistent whisper that seemed to weave itself into the very air he breathed. It spoke of a sacred path, a pilgrimage undertaken by those touched by fate. For Einar, this path felt both ancient and deeply personal, as if the gods themselves had laid out the stones for his feet to follow. He felt a resonance with the land, a connection that transcended the harsh reality of the biting frost. It was as if the very ice and snow whispered to him, guiding his steps, even as the fractured pieces of his own past threatened to overwhelm him. He remembered fragments, fleeting images that flashed behind his eyes, a hand, weathered and strong, carving intricate patterns into wood, the warmth of a hearth fire, a sensation he yearned for with a desperate ache, and a recurring vision, always the same, yet maddeningly incomplete. These fragments were the tendrils of his lost memories, a puzzle he was compelled to solve, even if the pieces were sharp and drew blood. The staff in his hand seemed to hum with a latent energy, a connection to the past that he could almost grasp, but not quite. It felt alive, a conduit to a forgotten history, a silent companion on his lonely quest. The journey was an immersion into a world painted in shades of monochrome, where the vibrant hues of life seemed to have retreated, leaving behind a stark, beautiful, and unforgiving landscape. The frozen fjords, the snow-laden plains, the desolate, wind-swept peaks, all were part of the canvas upon which his fate was being drawn. Einar, a man defined by his quest for self-understanding, was driven by an inner force that propelled him forward through the biting chill and the overwhelming silence. He was a solitary figure, a seeker in a world that offered no easy answers, only the enduring whisper of the frost and the haunting echoes of a past he desperately needed to reclaim. The biting chill of the northern fjords was not merely a meteorological condition, it was a tangible force, an ancient entity that whispered secrets on the wind. For Einar, this was not a simple journey through a frozen wilderness. It was a pilgrimage, a solitary quest dictated by a pull that originated from somewhere deep within the earth, or perhaps from the celestial realms themselves. He was a man cast adrift, his past a fragmented tapestry, the missing pieces taunting him with elusive whispers and unsettling visions. His only companion was a staff carved from the heart of an ancient oak, its wood smoothed by the passage of time and the touch of countless hands, a silent testament to the enduring nature of forgotten purpose. He carried no weapon, for his battle was not against flesh and blood, but against the shadows that clung to his fractured memory. The landscape itself was a testament to the raw, untamed power of the north. Jagged peaks, their summits perpetually capped in snow, clawed at a sky of ethereal, pale blue. The fjords below, vast arteries of the land, flowed with water so deep and cold it seemed to hold the secrets of the world within its icy embrace. The silence here was profound, broken only by the mournful cry of the wind as it snaked through the valleys, carrying with it the scent of frost and the faint, unsettling murmur that Einar had come to recognize as the voice of his own destiny. He moved with a quiet resolve, his gaze often fixed on the horizon, as if searching for a sign, a confirmation that he was indeed on the right path. Einar was a man out of time, his present obscured by the mists of his forgotten past. He felt the undeniable summons to this arduous journey, a path he instinctively knew was etched by the gods themselves. It was a pilgrimage of remembrance, a deep, primal urge to reconnect with something lost, something vital that had been torn from him. The world around him was a stark canvas, painted in shades of white, gray, and the deep, unforgiving blues of frozen water. Yet, within this desolate beauty, Einar perceived a subtle guidance, a whisper in the wind that urged him onward, a silent dialogue with the unseen forces that orchestrated his fate. His staff, more than a mere tool, felt like an extension of his being, carved from an oak that had stood sentinel for countless seasons. Its surface was worn smooth, imbued with a history that resonated through Einar's touch. It was a tangible connection to the past, a silent witness to the fractured memories that flickered at the edges of his consciousness. These memories were a torment, a series of disjointed images and disembodied whispers that taunted him, hinting at a destiny he could not yet comprehend. He was a man on a quest, not for glory or conquest, but for the lost pieces of himself, guided by an ancient call and the silent wisdom of the land. The aurora borealis, when it finally deigned to grace the frigid skies, was a celestial spectacle of unparalleled beauty. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and gold danced across the heavens, as if the spirits of the north were weaving a luminous tapestry. Einar paused in his journey, mesmerized by the ethereal display. It was more than just light. It was a language, a silent communication from the divine, a confirmation that he was not entirely alone in this vast, silent world. The lights seemed to mirror the fragmented visions that plagued his waking hours and haunted his dreams, a constant reminder of the mystery that shrouded his existence. He continued his solitary trek, his boots crunching on the frozen snow, the air a sharp, clean sting in his lungs. The fjords narrowed into treacherous passes, the wind howling like a mournful spirit through the rocky defiles. Einar's gaze swept over the desolate landscape, seeking any sign, any subtle indication that he was moving in the right direction. The fractured memories continued to plague him, flashes of faces he didn't recognize, words spoken in a tongue he couldn't quite grasp, and the ever-present, unsettling whisper that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. He carried no weapons, only the staff and the burden of his own fragmented self. This was not a journey of conquest, but one of discovery, of piecing together the shattered remnants of his past. The pull towards this ancient pilgrimage was undeniable, a force that drew him deeper into the heart of the frozen north. He was a vessel, carrying within him the echoes of a forgotten history, compelled to seek the truth, no matter how deeply buried it might be beneath the layers of ice and snow. The landscape was a vast, unyielding canvas of white and gray, punctuated by the deep, fathomless blues of the frozen fjords. Einar moved through this stark beauty with a quiet determination, his focus unwavering, even as the whispers of his fractured memory assailed him. He felt the call of the north, a summons that resonated with the deepest parts of his being, guiding him along a path etched by the gods themselves. His journey was a solitary one, a pilgrimage into the heart of mystery. His only companion, the staff carved from an age-old oak, a silent witness to the unfolding destiny that awaited him. The biting chill of the northern fjords was not merely a physical sensation, it was an ancient presence, a constant companion that whispered secrets on the wind. Einar, a man adrift in the currents of his own fractured past, felt the undeniable pull of an ancient pilgrimage. This was a path not chosen, but bestowed, etched by the gods themselves into the very soul of the land. He moved through the stark canvas of white and gray, punctuated by the deep, unforgiving blues of the frozen water, his heart a vessel for a memory that refused to coalesce, a memory that taunted him with whispers and visions. His journey was a solitary one, a stark counterpoint to the immense, silent grandeur of the northern wilderness. The world around him was a testament to winter's absolute dominion. Snow-laden peaks, sharp and unforgiving, pierced a sky that seemed to hold its breath, a pale, ethereal expanse mirroring the desolation within Einar's own soul. The fjords below, vast arteries of ice and water, flowed with a frigid majesty, their depths hinting at mysteries as profound as those that plagued Einar's own mind. He was a wanderer, driven by an unseen force, compelled to follow a path that felt both ancient and deeply personal. He carried no weapon, for the battles he faced were internal, fought against the fragmented pieces of his own history. His sole companion was a staff, carved from the heartwood of an oak that had stood for centuries, its surface smoothed by the passage of time and the touch of hands long turned to dust. The staff felt imbued with a purpose, a silent witness to the whispers and visions that assailed him. It was a tangible link to a forgotten self, a guide in the bewildering labyrinth of his fractured memory. Each step he took on the frozen ground was a step further into the unknown, a deliberate act of faith in the unseen currents that guided his pilgrimage. The air, sharp and clean, carried the scent of frost and the faint, mournful cry of the wind. It was a sound that seemed to echo the disembodied whispers that echoed in Einar's mind, fragments of a forgotten language, the murmur of a past he could not quite grasp. These whispers were not mere auditory illusions. They were signposts, subtle indications woven into the fabric of the storm, guiding his steps through the treacherous, snow-laden terrain. They were the first threads in the intricate tapestry of his fated quest, woven by forces that operated beyond the veil of mortal comprehension. Einar's gaze often swept across the desolate landscape, searching for any sign, any confirmation that he was indeed on the path divinely ordained. The aurora borealis, when it graced the night sky, was a celestial spectacle of breathtaking beauty, a dance of emerald, violet, and gold that seemed to mirror the vibrant yet fragmented visions that haunted his waking hours. These spectral occurrences were both a torment and a guide, a constant reminder of the mystery that shrouded his existence. They were the first threads in the tapestry of his fated quest, woven by forces beyond his immediate comprehension, hinting at a destiny he was yet to understand. He was a man on a journey of profound personal discovery, a pilgrimage into the heart of his own lost identity. The stark beauty of the northern fjords served as a constant reminder of the unforgiving nature of his quest. Yet there was a strange solace to be found in its silent grandeur. The wind, the snow, the vast empty expanse, all seemed to speak a language that only Einar could understand, a language of destiny, of ancient calls, and of the enduring power of memory, however fractured it might be. He moved forward, a solitary figure against the immense backdrop of the north, his staff a steady presence in his hand, his heart a vessel for the whispers of a past he was determined to reclaim. The spectral occurrences, initially dismissed as the mind's cruel games, born of isolation and the relentless frost, began to coalesce, to gain a terrifying, undeniable clarity. They were not random flashes of fractured memory, but a coherent, albeit cryptic, narrative, unfolding within the confines of Einar's consciousness. Dominating this burgeoning inner world was a vision of singular power, a spear, impossibly bright, its shaft seemingly forged from condensed moonlight, and its tip a sliver of solidified starlight, hurtling from a sky impossibly saturated with stars. The celestial expanse was a tapestry of cosmic dust and nebulae, far richer and more vibrant than any Einar had witnessed with his waking eyes, even under the clearest northern nights. This spear, a radiant projectile, was not merely falling, it was descending with an intent, a purpose that vibrated through Einar's very bones. Accompanying this celestial descent was a voice, not heard by the ears, but resonating directly within the core of his being. It was a resonant whisper, carried on the phantom currents of icy winds that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. The whisper, imbued with an ancient timbre, spoke his name, Einar. The inflection was not one of familiarity or comfort, but of an urgent, vital summons, an imperative he couldn't decipher. It was a call to action, or perhaps a pronouncement of fate, echoing through the chambers of his mind with a persistence that bordered on obsession. These spectral occurrences were no longer mere mental aberrations. They were the first, potent threads in the intricate tapestry of his fated quest, woven by forces that operated far beyond the veil of immediate comprehension. They were both a torment, a constant disruption to his already fragile peace, and an undeniable guide, pulling him inexorably toward an unknown destination. The spear's descent was a recurring motif, an almost tangible presence that would materialize without warning. Sometimes it appeared as a distant, brilliant streak against a swirling backdrop of cosmic dust. Other times, it was so close that Einar could almost feel the heat of its passage, a warmth utterly alien to the perpetual cold that clung to him. The detail was astonishing. The way the light refracted off its polished surface, the subtle shimmer of energy that seemed to emanate from its very core, the impossibly sharp point that promised either ultimate destruction or ultimate revelation. He would find himself standing still, his breath catching in his throat, the staff in his hand forgotten, his entire being focused on this celestial intruder. The visions would hold him captive, rendering him oblivious to the biting wind or the crunch of snow underfoot, until they would abruptly dissipate, leaving him disoriented and profoundly shaken. The voice, too, was a constant, evolving presence. It was a chorus of whispers at times, weaving his name into a complex, melodic chant. At others, it was a singular, resonant tone, deep and carrying an immense weight of ages. It spoke in a language that was not quite the tongue of men, yet somehow Einar understood its import. It was a language of destiny, of ancient pacts, and of the cosmic forces that shaped the world. The urgency in its tone was what unsettled him most. It was the sound of a moment approaching, a nexus point in time where all things would converge. He felt an unspoken expectation attached to this call, a burden of responsibility that he was not yet equipped to bear, but to which he was inexorably bound. He would try to contextualize these visions, to anchor them in the reality of his physical journey. Was the spear a celestial weapon, a divine instrument of judgment or creation? Was the voice an oracle, a guardian spirit, or perhaps even a manifestation of the land itself, calling him to his foretold purpose? The more he pondered, the less he understood. The visions offered no immediate answers, only deeper questions, more profound mysteries. They were like cryptic prophecies delivered in a dream, possessing an undeniable truth that remained just beyond his grasp. During his waking hours, the visions would intrude upon his perception of the world. The glint of ice on a rock face might momentarily transform into the spear's brilliant shaft. The sigh of the wind through a mountain pass would deepen into the resonant whisper calling his name. These were not mere hallucinations. They felt like superimposed realities, layers of existence bleeding into one another. He would often find himself reaching out, his hand passing through empty air where the spear had seemed to hang, or turning his head sharply, convinced the voice was speaking from just behind him. His dreams became vivid theaters for these occurrences. He would find himself standing on a desolate plain under the same star-drenched sky, the spear poised above him, its descent imminent. He would feel the ground tremble, the air crackle with an unseen energy, and always the voice, clear and unwavering, would speak his name, urging him to embrace what was coming, to accept his role in the unfolding cosmic drama. He would wake with a gasp, his heart pounding, the spectral light of the spear still imprinted on his eyelids, the resonance of the voice lingering in his ears. The cold of the fjord would feel like a soothing balm compared to the internal tempest these visions unleashed. The staff, his silent companion, seemed to react to these visions. When the spear's brilliance was at its peak, the wood would sometimes grow warm to the touch, a faint vibration coursing through it. When the voice reached its most resonant pitch, Einar could swear he heard a low hum emanating from the ancient oak. It was as if the staff, too, was attuned to this otherworldly communication, a conduit for the forces that were drawing him forward. He would grip it tighter, drawing a strange reassurance from its solid presence, a tangible anchor in the swirling vortex of his fractured perceptions. He began to notice subtle patterns in the visions, recurring elements that offered a faint glimmer of coherence. The star patterns in the sky, though impossibly dense and alien, often mirrored the constellations he faintly recalled from a childhood spent under a different sky. The pitch of the voice, while powerful, would sometimes soften, carrying an undertone of something akin to sorrow or longing. These nuances were like faint clues in an elaborate riddle, hinting at a deeper meaning that eluded him. The physical journey, though arduous, became a secondary concern to the unfolding drama within his mind. He would measure his progress not by miles covered or landmarks reached, but by the growing clarity and intensity of the visions. Each step deeper into the wilderness felt like a step closer to the source of this celestial pronouncement. He was being guided not by maps or compasses, but by the inexorable pull of these supernatural occurrences. The whispers became more insistent, the vision of the falling spear more frequent, more vivid. He started to converse with the whispers, or rather, to address the emptiness from which they seemed to emanate. "What do you want?" he would ask, his voice hoarse in the biting air. "Why me? What is this spear?" His questions were met only by the wind's mournful sigh and the persistent, resonant whisper of his name, as if his questions were irrelevant, his destiny already written. The weight of this unspoken destiny pressed down on him, a heavy cloak woven from the threads of prophecy and the chill of the unknown. He was a lone voyager on a sea of ice, his true course charted by celestial bodies and whispered incantations. The stark, magnificent beauty of the northern landscape, once a solace, now seemed to be a stage set for the grand, terrifying unveiling that these visions promised. He was a man caught between two worlds, the tangible reality of the frozen north and the ethereal, encroaching reality of a destiny that was beginning to define him, a destiny heralded by the descent of a star-forged spear and the resonant whisper of his name. The impact of these visions was not confined to his mental landscape. It began to manifest in his physical being. His senses grew sharper, more attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment. He could detect the faintest scent of approaching snowstorms, the almost imperceptible tremor of the earth beneath his feet. His endurance, already considerable, seemed to increase, fueled by an inner fire that burned brighter with each passing day, a fire kindled by the spectral light of the falling spear. Yet, this heightened state came at a cost. Sleep offered little respite, as his dreams were saturated with the same visions that plagued his waking hours. He found himself increasingly detached from the physical world, his attention constantly drawn inward to the celestial drama and the urgent summons. He remembered instances, fleeting and indistinct, of a similar, overwhelming presence in his past, moments where the veil between worlds seemed thin, where the whispers of the unseen were almost palpable. These were not memories in the traditional sense, but more like faint echoes, impressions left on his soul from a time when he might have been more attuned, more receptive to such phenomena. The staff, he felt, was the key to unlocking these past encounters. Its ancient wood, a repository of forgotten knowledge. He would run his calloused fingers over its surface, searching for a clue, a symbol, anything that might explain the intensifying visions. The falling spear itself began to adopt a more defined character in his mind's eye. It was not merely a projectile, it was a harbinger. Its trajectory seemed deliberate, aimed not at a specific location on the earth, but at a point in time, a moment of profound convergence. He felt an intuitive understanding that its descent would mark a significant turning point, a shift in the cosmic order, and that he, Einar, was intrinsically linked to this event. The whispers, too, began to take on a more nuanced quality. While his name was the constant refrain, there were other sounds woven into the resonant tapestry, the creak of ancient trees, the distant roar of a hidden waterfall, the sigh of a soul at peace. They were fragments of a larger message, a symphony of existence playing out around him, with the falling spear as its crescendo. He found himself drawn to specific locations, to peaks that offered an unobstructed view of the heavens, to valleys where the wind seemed to carry a more concentrated echo of the whispers. It was as if the land itself was guiding him, directing his steps toward a place where the celestial drama would reach its zenith, where the falling spear would finally touch the earth, or perhaps touch him. He would stand for hours, his gaze fixed on the sky, waiting, watching, an almost painful anticipation building within him. The cold no longer registered as a discomfort, but as a constant, grounding reminder of the reality he was slowly transcending. The visions were not always terrifying. There were moments, fleeting and rare, when the overwhelming light of the spear seemed to carry with it a sense of profound peace, a feeling of homecoming. In these instances, the whispers of his name were softer, more like a loving embrace than an urgent summons. These moments were like brief respites, glimmers of hope that this destined path, however daunting, might ultimately lead to a resolution, to the recovery of what had been lost. Yet, these feelings were invariably short-lived, quickly overshadowed by the persistent urgency and the inherent mystery of the spear's descent. he began to sketch the visions in the frost-covered earth with his staff, attempting to capture the intricate patterns of the stars, the precise angle of the spear's fall, the subtle flow of energy he perceived. These ephemeral drawings were his attempts to grapple with the intangible, to impose order on the chaos of his unfolding fate. But the frost, fickle and transient, would soon reclaim his work, mirroring the elusive nature of the memories and visions themselves. The realization that these occurrences were not random, but intrinsically linked to his own existence, deepened with each passing day. He was not merely an observer of a celestial event, he was a participant, a pivotal figure in a cosmic narrative. The whispers were not just calling his name, they were awakening him, stirring something ancient and dormant within his soul. The staff, he now understood, was more than just a piece of wood. It was a key, a conduit, and perhaps even a weapon in the unfolding saga. He began to anticipate the moments when the visions would manifest, almost as if an internal clock were ticking, signaling the approach of a significant revelation. When the spectral light began to form, he would brace himself, ready to absorb whatever new layer of understanding or confusion it brought. The journey through the frozen north had become a pilgrimage in the truest sense, a journey not just across physical landscapes, but through the uncharted territories of his own being, guided by the incandescent descent of a spear from the stars and the resonant whisper of his name. The weight of this knowledge was immense, yet, paradoxically, it also brought a strange sense of purpose, a clarity amidst the encroaching storm of his destiny. The whispers, once a source of fear, were becoming the rhythm of his existence, the harbingers of a truth he was now compelled, utterly and irrevocably, to seek. The profound silence of the north was a tangible entity, a blanket woven from snow and starlight, capable of muffling the most robust sounds. Yet, for Einar, this silence was not empty. It was a canvas upon which a symphony of the unseen was painted, a stage upon which spectral dramas unfolded. The legends whispered in hushed tones around flickering hearths spoke of a time when the gods themselves walked among mortals, their voices a thunderclap of pronouncements, their will a tangible force shaping the very land. The ancient lore recounted tales of oracles, their pronouncements etched into runes, their visions guiding kings and commoners alike through the labyrinth of fate. But those days, the elders claimed, were long gone. The divine echo had faded, leaving behind a void, a chasm where divine guidance once resonated. The local seers, those individuals tasked with preserving the fading embers of divine connection, were themselves steeped in this silence. Their prophecies, once as clear and sharp as icicles, had become fragmented, their pronouncements veiled in riddles, often born of more personal interpretations than direct celestial communion. Einar had encountered several of them on his arduous journey, each a testament to the land's enduring yet muted spiritual legacy. Their eyes, though sharp and intelligent, held a certain weariness, a reflection of a constant struggle to discern whispers from the wind, to translate the subtle shifts in the natural world into meaningful divine directives. They spoke of a divine stillness, a profound quietude that had settled over the realms, making the ancient channels of communication as difficult to access as a forgotten spring beneath a glacier. They interpreted this silence as a sign of divine withdrawal, a turning away of the celestial gaze from the mortal realm. One such seer, an old woman named Lyra, her face a roadmap of wrinkles carved by sun and sorrow, had met Einar in a small, isolated village clinging precariously to the edge of a frozen fjord. Her dwelling was a humble affair of driftwood and sod, insulated against the relentless frost. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dried herbs and the faint, persistent aroma of wood smoke. Lyra's voice, when she spoke, was like the rustle of dry leaves, fragile yet carrying the weight of centuries. She had looked at Einar, her clouded eyes seeming to pierce through his weathered cloak, through his weary flesh, and into the depths of his very soul. The gods sleep, she had rasped, her breath misting in the frigid air of her hut. Or perhaps they have moved on. The whispers have ceased. The signs are no longer clear. We consult the ancient texts. We listen to the wind. We read the patterns in the ice. But the pronouncements are elusive. She had then gestured towards a collection of smooth gray stones, each etched with a single cryptic symbol. These stones, they once pulsed with divine energy, with clear portents. Now they are merely stones, cold, silent. She had picked one up, its surface worn smooth by countless touches, and turned it over in her gnarled fingers. The land remembers the gods, she'd continued, her voice gaining a trace of its former strength. But it no longer speaks their tongue fluently. We, the seers, are like interpreters of a forgotten language, grasping at fragments, at echoes that may or may not be divine. Einar had listened, absorbing her words, the familiar sense of disconnect growing within him. Her interpretation of the silence, that of divine absence, felt fundamentally wrong. While the boisterous, overt pronouncements of old might have faded, he felt a different kind of divine presence, a subtle, pervasive energy that hummed beneath the frozen veneer of the world. It was not the booming voice of a thunder god, nor the radiant pronouncements of a solar deity. It was something far more nuanced, more intimate. It was a warmth that seeped not into his skin, but into his very spirit, a gentle insistence that resonated with the spectral visions that had become his constant companions. He remembered another encounter with a reclusive male seer who lived in a solitary hut perched on a windswept plateau. This seer, named Torvin, had a wildness about him, his long, unkempt hair tangled with snow and twigs. He had spent his days in solitary communion, his face perpetually turned towards the northern lights, as if seeking answers in their ethereal dance. Torvin had spoken of the great stillness, an era where the celestial rivers had run dry. The old ways are gone, traveler, Torvin had said, his voice a low growl, like stones grinding together. The direct line has been severed. We are left with the remnants, the shadows of power. The gods are distant. Their voices are no longer heard in the thunder or the oracle's trance. They have withdrawn their light, leaving us to navigate the perpetual twilight. He had looked at Einar with an unsettling intensity, his gaze lingering on the staff Einar carried. You bear an artifact of power, one that predates even the memory of the gods' voices. Perhaps it resonates with something deeper than mere mortal perception can grasp. But do not mistake the silence for absence. It may be a different kind of presence entirely. Torvin's words, though framed in the language of absence, had planted a seed of a different understanding. The silence wasn't a void. It was a change in the medium of communication. The divine presence Einar felt was not a thunderous pronouncement, but a subtle current, a hum that ran beneath the fabric of existence. It was in the impossibly bright stars that seemed to watch him, in the crystalline purity of the snow that muffled the world, in the very air he breathed, which seemed to carry an ancient, unspoken promise. The spectral spear, a recurring vision that had both terrified and guided him, was a manifestation of this subtle yet powerful presence. It was not a weapon of divine wrath, but a harbinger, a beacon of a different kind of divine interaction. His journey had taken him through landscapes of stark, unyielding beauty. He had traversed vast plains where the snow stretched to the horizon, unbroken save for the occasional jagged silhouette of a lone, frost-gnarled pine. He had navigated treacherous mountain passes where the wind howled like a mournful spirit, and the ice clung to every surface with a vice-like grip. The isolation was profound, the silence absolute, broken only by the crunch of his own boots on the snow and the whisper of the wind. In this desolation, he had expected to feel the absence the seers spoke of, a stark testament to a forgotten divine presence. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of being observed, of being guided by an unseen hand. The seers spoke of a divine silence, a cessation of overt communication. Einar, however, perceived a different truth. The silence was not an ending, but a transformation. The gods, or whatever ancient powerful forces were at play, had not abandoned the world, but had changed their method of discourse. Their voices, once a booming chorus, had become a single resonant note, a pervasive hum that vibrated through the very marrow of existence. This was the silence that spoke to him, the silence that carried the urgent whisper of his name, the silence that painted visions of a celestial spear hurtling through an impossibly vibrant cosmos. He remembered a specific moment, standing on the precipice of a colossal icefall. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking, a frozen waterfall cascading down a sheer cliff face, its surface a mosaic of blues and whites. The wind had whipped around him, a physical force that threatened to tear him from his precarious perch. Yet, amidst the raw power of the elements, he had felt it, a palpable warmth, a subtle yet undeniable presence. It was as if the ice itself was imbued with a gentle, internal light, a faint heat that defied the external frost. He had reached out, his gloved hand hovering inches from the frozen surface, and felt a resonance, a faint vibration that seemed to echo the very hum he felt within his own being. This was not the silence of abandonment, but the silence of profound intimacy. It was the quiet space between heartbeats, the hushed anticipation before a revelation. The seers, perhaps, were too accustomed to the thunderous pronouncements of old, their spiritual senses tuned to a different frequency. They sought the divine in the grand, overt gestures, in the earth-shattering pronouncements. Einar, however, was learning to listen to the subtler currents, to the quiet affirmations that permeated the world. He recalled a vision, vivid and unbidden, that had struck him while traversing a desolate plateau under a sky ablaze with the aurora borealis. The spectral spear, in this vision, had not been falling, but hovering, its brilliant point aimed downwards, and around it, instead of the cosmic dust and nebulae he usually saw, there had been a swirling vortex of pure, silent energy. Within this energy, he had perceived forms, not distinct figures, but impressions, like the faint outlines of ancient beings, their presence ancient and vast. They were not speaking, but radiating a profound sense of knowing, a wisdom that transcended language. This, he felt, was the true nature of the divine communication, not through words, but through pure, unadulterated presence, a resonant understanding that bypassed the need for sound. The seer's interpretation of silence as absence was, he now understood, a reflection of their limited perception, a consequence of their adherence to the old ways. They were trying to hear a symphony with only the memory of its notes, while Einar was learning to perceive the music itself, the underlying melody that persisted even when the instruments fell silent. The staff, he realized, was more than just a tool. It was a conduit, an amplifier for this subtle, resonant communication. Its ancient wood seemed to hum in response to the pervasive warmth, its grain pulsing with a faint, internal luminescence when the spectral visions were strongest. It was a tangible link to the unseen, a key that unlocked the deeper layers of divine presence. He continued his journey, the weight of the visions and the resonant silence, his only companions. The seer's pronouncements of divine absence echoed in his mind, but they no longer held the same sway. He knew, with a certainty that had begun to blossom within him, that the gods, or whatever powers governed this world, were not absent. They were simply speaking in a language he was only beginning to understand, a language of subtle warmth, of silent resonance, of visions that painted the cosmos with an otherworldly brilliance. The silence of the seers was a testament to what they could no longer hear, while the silence of the land was a vibrant, living testament to a divine presence that was more powerful and more intimate than any spoken word could ever convey. The journey was not one of seeking lost voices, but of learning to hear the profound, resonant silence that held the world together. It was a silence that promised not emptiness, but an unfolding revelation, a truth far more profound than the pronouncements of old. Einar's boots crunched on the packed snow, each step a deliberate punctuation in the vast, hushed stillness. This was no random passage through the frozen north. It was a pilgrimage, an ancient route etched into the very soul of the land, a path rumored to have been trodden by the All-Father himself. The winds, biting and relentless, seemed to carry more than just the chill of the Arctic air. They whispered fragments of forgotten sagas, tales of Odin's ceaseless quest for wisdom, his self-inflicted sacrifices, and his profound meditations beneath the watchful eyes of the stars. Einar, a solitary mortal, found himself walking in the shadow of this divine precedent, his own purpose as shrouded in mystery as the mountain peaks that pierced the bruised twilight sky. He was a seeker, much like the god whose legendary footsteps he followed, embarking on a journey steeped in an almost palpable divine history, driven by an unseen force to unearth answers lost to the gnawing mists of time. The path itself was a testament to endurance, a winding artery through a landscape of stark, untamed beauty. It traversed frozen rivers, their surfaces a glassy expanse, reflecting the ghostly dance of the aurora borealis, and climbed desolate slopes where the wind sculpted drifts of snow into ephemeral, haunting shapes. At times, the route led through ancient forests of skeletal pines, their branches laden with a thick mantle of frost, their silence broken only by the occasional snap of a freezing twig or the distant cry of a snow owl. Einar felt the weight of the ages pressing in. The very earth beneath his worn leather boots, seeming to hum with the resonance of past footsteps, not just his own, but those of countless others who had sought solace, guidance, or perhaps even oblivion on this sacred track. The legends of Odin were not mere stories here. They were woven into the fabric of the landscape, imprinted on the very stones and ice that defined this remote corner of the world. He paused beside a cairn, a rough monument of stones piled high by generations of pilgrims. Each rock, he imagined, represented a prayer, a sacrifice, a plea whispered into the unforgiving winds. His fingers, numb despite his thick gloves, traced the weathered surface of one of the larger stones, its edges softened by centuries of frost and thaw. Was this the same stone that Odin had touched? Had the Allfather paused here, his brow furrowed in contemplation, his one eye scanning the horizon for the wisdom he so desperately sought? The thought sent a shiver through Einar, not of cold, but of a profound, almost overwhelming connection to the divine. He felt a kinship with the wanderer, the seeker, the god who had paid dearly for his knowledge. Odin's path was one of sacrifice, of venturing into the unknown, of facing the primal forces of existence to glean understanding. Einar's own journey, though he could not articulate its ultimate goal, mirrored this spirit of relentless pursuit. The spectral spear, the vision that had become his constant, unsettling companion, seemed to pulse with a new intensity as he continued deeper into this hallowed territory. It was no longer just a fleeting image. It felt like a guiding light, a celestial compass pointing him forward through the encroaching darkness. He began to understand that his pilgrimage was not merely a physical journey, but an internal one, a mirroring of Odin's own descent into the depths of existence to retrieve the hidden truths. The All-Father had hung himself from Yggdrasil, the world tree, pierced by his own spear, for 9 days and nights, a self-imposed agony to gain the knowledge of the runes. Einar's journey felt like a lesser echo of that profound sacrifice, a mortal's attempt to touch the hem of divine understanding. The whispers of the wind intensified as he ascended a particularly steep incline. They seemed to coalesce, forming a nascent language, a series of guttural sounds and soft sighs that hinted at ancient pronouncements. He strained to decipher their meaning, his mind racing to connect them with the fragmented visions that assailed him. He saw glimpses of a gallows, a tree impossibly vast, its branches reaching into the very heavens, and a figure hanging, suspended between worlds. Was this a memory of Odin's sacrifice, a phantom echo imprinted on the air itself? Or was it a premonition, a foreshadowing of his own fate, his own trials to come? The ambiguity was as chilling as the biting wind, a constant reminder of the perilous nature of his quest. He thought of the sagas, of Odin's insatiable thirst for knowledge. The god had traded an eye for a drink from the well of Mimir, a sacrifice of physical sight for a glimpse into the deepest wells of wisdom. He had sought out the Valkyries, listened to the Norns as they spun the threads of fate, and even ventured into the realm of hell to converse with the dead. Each act was a testament to a relentless pursuit, a willingness to endure unimaginable pain and sacrifice for the sake of understanding the fundamental truths of existence. Einar found himself drawn to this very essence of Odin's character, not the thunderous pronouncements of a king of gods, but the quiet, determined striving of a scholar, a seeker who would brave any abyss to acquire knowledge. As he journeyed, Einar began to notice subtle shifts in his perception. The landscape, once merely a backdrop to his solitary trek, began to reveal a deeper layer of significance. The patterns in the ice became more than just frozen water. They seemed to hold intricate symbols, fleeting glyphs that appeared and vanished with a shifting light. The ancient trees, their bark gnarled and scarred, seemed to possess an inner luminescence, a subtle glow that pulsed with a rhythm Einar could feel in his very bones. He realized that he was not just following a path, he was engaging with a living tapestry of divine history, a narrative woven from the very essence of Odin's relentless quest. He remembered a tale of Odin's disguise as a wanderer, his ability to blend seamlessly into the mortal world, while his divine sight perceived truths invisible to others. Einar felt a similar anonymity, a sense of being both present and unseen. His weathered cloak, his travel worn boots, his quiet demeanor, they all contributed to an aura of unremarkable solitude. Yet, within him, a profound transformation was taking place. The spectral spear, once a source of terror, was becoming a source of clarity, its luminous trajectory guiding him through the labyrinthine whispers of the ancient path. He began to understand that Odin's path was not a paved road, but a series of intuitive leaps, of following unseen currents of knowledge. The concept of sacrifice, so central to Odin's legend, began to resonate deeply within Einar. He had already sacrificed much to undertake this journey: comfort, companionship, the certainty of a settled life. But as he walked this ancient route, he felt the call for a deeper sacrifice, a willingness to surrender not just his outward possessions, but his inner defenses, his preconceived notions, even his very sense of self, in order to truly understand what lay hidden. Odin had willingly endured the piercing of his own spear, a deliberate, self-inflicted wound to unlock the secrets of the runes. Einar wondered what metaphorical spear awaited him, what wound he would need to embrace to achieve his own enlightenment. He reached a point where the path ascended to a high, windswept ridge. From this vantage point, the world stretched out before him, a vast expanse of white and blue, kissed by the ethereal glow of the aurora. The silence here was absolute, profound, broken only by the ragged sound of his own breathing. He felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, a calm that transcended the harshness of the environment. It was in this quiet solitude that he felt the presence of Odin most strongly. It wasn't a boisterous, commanding presence, but a quiet, observant one, a spirit of endless contemplation and unwavering determination. The legends spoke of Odin's ceaseless wandering, his perpetual quest to gather knowledge from every corner of the 9 realms. He was not a static deity, confined to a single hall or domain, but a restless spirit, forever exploring the frontiers of existence. Einar's pilgrimage mirrored this restless spirit, this need to move, to seek, to explore the unknown. He was not looking for a destination, but for an unfolding, a continuous revelation. The path itself was the revelation, each step a discovery, each vista a new piece of the divine puzzle. He continued his descent into a shadowed valley where the snow was deeper and the air colder. Here, the trees were older, more ancient, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The legends whispered that Odin had sought counsel from the spirits of these ancient trees, that their deep roots connected him to the very heart of the earth. Einar paused, Placing his hand on the rough bark of a particularly venerable pine, he closed his eyes, attempting to feel the subtle energies that flowed through the wood, to sense the ancient wisdom that might be held within its silent core. He felt a faint thrum, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the rhythm of his own heart. The spectral spear in his mind's eye seemed to hover above him, its radiant point a beacon in the deepening twilight. He understood that his journey was not about replicating Odin's specific deeds, but about embodying the same spirit of relentless inquiry, the same willingness to embrace the unknown, the same profound respect for the sacrifices that unlock deeper understanding. Odin's path was a testament to the idea that true knowledge is not given freely, but earned through arduous effort, through embracing hardship, and through a willingness to confront one's own limitations. He pressed on, the weight of his own quest settling upon him with renewed gravity. The silence of the north was no longer just an absence of sound, it was a presence in itself, a profound and resonant stillness that spoke of ancient power and enduring wisdom. He was a mortal, walking a path trodden by a god, a seeker following the echoes of a divine quest. And in that shared pursuit, in that embrace of the unknown, Einar felt a connection that transcended the boundaries between the mortal and the divine, a silent understanding forged in the heart of the whispering frost. The path of Odin was not merely a historical route, it was a living testament to the enduring human spirit, a spirit that, like the All-Fathers, was forever driven by the insatiable hunger for knowledge, for truth, for a deeper understanding of the mysteries that lay at the heart of existence. His pilgrimage was not a solitary endeavor, but a communion, a dialogue with the divine, carried forward on the icy breath of the north, guided by the luminous arc of a spectral spear. The staff in Einar's grip was a conduit, a stark contrast to the ethereal visions that flickered at the edges of his awareness. Carved from wood as dark and dense as the deepest shadow, its surface was not polished, but smoothed by the relentless friction of countless hands across untold ages. Each whirl and knot was a testament to a past life, a silent whisper of those who had held it before him. It was a crude thing, roughly hewn and unadorned, yet in its very simplicity lay in profound power. It was more than a mere walking stick, a simple tool to traverse the treacherous terrain. It was a silent companion, a witness to the solitary battle raging within him. As his fingers, numb with cold, tightened around its familiar form, a faint tremor, a subtle resonance pulsed through the wood. It felt alive, imbued with a purpose that transcended its humble origins, a forgotten legacy waiting to be awakened. He could almost grasp it, this elusive connection to a history that was undeniably his own, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. The staff hummed with a latent energy, a deep-seated thrum that seemed to echo the very beat of his heart, or perhaps something far older. It was a tangible link to a past shrouded in mist and oblivion, a fragment of a forgotten narrative that the whispering frost seemed determined to reclaim. He would run his thumb over the worn grain, feeling the subtle depressions and raised areas where the wood had been shaped by hands long turned to dust. Were these marks intentional, the deliberate etchings of a craftsman, or were they the natural erosion of time, each groove a testament to centuries of use? He couldn't say, but the feeling of continuity was undeniable, a thread connecting him to generations he could not recall, but whose presence he felt keenly through this simple object. The staff seemed to absorb the biting chill of the air, radiating a faint warmth that offered a small solace against the encroaching cold. It was a peculiar sensation, as if the wood itself held a preserved spark of a bygone summer, a memory of sun-drenched days and vibrant life. He leaned on it, feeling its solid weight grounding him against the swirling winds and the disorienting visions. It was a constant, a point of reference in a world that increasingly felt like a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. He would trace the intricate patterns that seemed to manifest and fade within the wood's depths, fleeting glimpses of symbols that felt both alien and intimately familiar. These glyphs, barely visible, seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under his gaze, teasing his mind with secrets he couldn't decipher. He found himself talking to it, not with his voice, but with his thoughts, his silent pleas for clarity and remembrance, directed at this inanimate object that felt more sentient than any living being he had encountered on this desolate journey. "What stories do you hold?" he would ask, his inner voice a low murmur against the howl of the wind. "Whose hands have held you before me? What burdens have you carried?" The staff offered no audible reply, yet he sensed a response in the way it fit into his grasp, the way its weight seemed to balance his own unsteady steps. It was as if the staff understood his unspoken questions, its very presence a tacit acknowledgement of his plight. There were moments when the energy within the staff seemed to surge, a palpable current that ran up his arm and into his very being. In these instances, fragmented images would flash behind his eyes, a fire-lit hall filled with boisterous laughter, a stern face etched with wisdom, a glint of steel in the moonlight. These were not mere memories, but impressions, echoes of emotions and experiences imprinted onto the very essence of the wood. He would pause, his breath catching in his throat, straining to hold on to these ephemeral glimpses, to piece together the fractured narrative of his past. But as quickly as they appeared, they would dissipate, leaving him with only the cold, hard reality of the present and the silent, unyielding staff in his hand. He began to notice how the staff reacted to his surroundings. When the wind whipped up a flurry of snow, the staff would seem to grip his hand tighter, its surface growing infinitesimally warmer. When he neared a particularly ancient-looking tree, its bark deeply grooved and twisted like old sinew, the staff would vibrate with a subtle, resonant hum, as if acknowledging a kindred spirit. It was as if the staff was a sensitive instrument, attuned to the hidden currents of this ancient, frozen land, and by extension, to the memories that were locked away within him. He remembered a fragment of a dream, or perhaps a vision, where he saw himself wielding the staff not as a walking aid, but as a weapon, its end glowing with an unearthly light. He saw himself standing against a swirling vortex of darkness, the staff raised defiantly, a shield against the encroaching void. The memory was fleeting, blurred at the edges, but the feeling of power, of purpose, was potent. Was this staff merely a relic of his past, or was it an instrument of his future? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. The weight of the staff in his hand was a constant, reassuring pressure. It was a physical manifestation of his journey, a tangible anchor in the swirling currents of his fragmented consciousness. Without it, he felt adrift, disconnected from himself. He would find himself absently stroking the wood, as if to draw strength from it, to remind himself of his own existence, his own history, however obscured it might be. The smooth, worn surface was a comfort, a tactile reassurance against the desolation that surrounded him. He wondered about the hands that had shaped it, the minds that had imbued it with such significance. Were they the hands of a craftsman seeking to create a functional tool, or the hands of a mystic, a shaman, or even a god pouring their essence into the very fibers of the wood? The legends of Odin, of his relentless pursuit of knowledge, and his willingness to endure sacrifice for understanding, echoed in his mind. Had Odin himself walked this path, leaning on a staff like this one? Had he too sought answers in the silence of the north, his own memories, a battlefield? The possibility resonated deep within him, a whisper of connection to the divine wanderer. He tested the staff's strength, striking it against a protruding rock. The impact sent a dull thud through the frozen earth, but the staff remained unmarred, its wood seemingly impervious to the force. It was a simple tool, yet it possessed a resilience that spoke of something more than mere wood. It was as if the staff had absorbed the very endurance of the land, its strength a reflection of the ancient mountains and the enduring ice. He felt a surge of gratitude for this silent, steadfast companion, this unassuming object that offered so much more than mere physical support. As he continued his trek, he began to notice how his own movements were guided by the staff, not just physically, but almost instinctively. When he encountered a patch of thin ice, his hand would tighten on the staff, his body automatically adjusting its weight, his steps becoming more deliberate. It was as if the staff possessed an innate awareness of the dangers of the path, an almost prescient ability to anticipate his needs. He would swing it experimentally, feeling the satisfying arc it made through the frigid air, a silent declaration of his presence against the overwhelming vastness of the landscape. He found himself attributing almost human qualities to the staff. He would thank it silently for its support, commend it for its strength. In the profound silence of the north, where human voices were absent, this inanimate object became his sole confidant, the repository of his hopes and fears. He would press his forehead against its smooth surface, seeking solace in its cool, unyielding presence. The staff became a mirror, reflecting not the harsh external world, but the tumultuous inner landscape of his own mind. It was a grounding force, a reminder that amidst the spectral visions and the whispering winds, he still possessed a tangible connection to himself, to his past, however fragmented it might be. The staff was also a key, he felt, to unlocking the chambers of his lost memories. The latent energy within it, the subtle hum that resonated through his bones, was a promise of revelation. He would close his eyes, focusing all his will on that energy, trying to coax it into a clearer form, to coax forth the images and sensations that lay dormant within. Sometimes he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, a moment where the veil would lift and the truth would be revealed. But then the visions would shimmer and fade, leaving him once again in the oppressive embrace of the unknown. He imagined the hands of those who had carried it before him. Were they warriors, bearing it into battle? Were they pilgrims, seeking solace at sacred sites? Were they seers, using it to channel ancient knowledge? Each imagined touch, each phantom grip, added another layer to the staff's mystique. deepening its significance in his own life. It was a vessel carrying not just the physical weight of its users, but also the imprint of their experiences, their triumphs, and their failures. And now it was carrying him on his own uncertain journey through the whispering frost. He gripped it tighter, his knuckles white against the dark wood, a silent vow passing between him and this ancient artifact. He would not rest until its secrets, and his own, were finally laid bare. The wind was a relentless sculptor in this frozen expanse, carving drifts and polishing stone with an indifferent hand. But for Einar, it was also a messenger, a carrier of secrets too profound to be contained by mortal ears. He felt it now, a subtle shift in the biting gale, a modulation of its howl that spoke not of mere atmospheric pressure, but of intent. It was a language he was only beginning to comprehend, a symphony of sibilant breaths and guttural gusts that seemed to murmur his name, a hushed incantation woven into the fabric of the storm itself. Einar, the wind seemed to sigh, each syllable a shard of ice against his senses. Einar. These were not the random sounds of a tempest. They were deliberate, directed. They brushed against him like phantom fingers, guiding him, nudging him along a path he could not see but felt compelled to follow. The snow-laden terrain offered no visible markers, only an endless, undulating canvas of white punctuated by the skeletal silhouettes of ancient pines, their branches heavy with frost. Yet the whispers, like an unseen current, drew him forward. They were a secret dialogue, a clandestine conversation between him and forces he dimly understood, forces that orchestrated his very existence in this desolate wilderness. He paused, leaning heavily on the dark wood of his staff, its familiar weight a grounding anchor against the disorienting caress of the wind. He closed his eyes, straining to isolate the nuances within the sonic tapestry. Amidst the roar, he detected a cadence, a rhythm that felt both ancient and intimately familiar. It was a forgotten tongue, perhaps, or a primal dialect spoken by the very earth and sky. The whispers seemed to coalesce around certain points, like magnetic forces drawing scattered iron filings. They would intensify near a cluster of ice-laden rocks, then shift, swirling around a particularly gnarled and ancient tree, its roots clawing at the frozen earth as if to hold it from being swept away. Each whisper was a fragment, a tessera, in a mosaic of knowledge he was being invited to assemble. They spoke of directions, not in words he could readily translate, but in the subtle pressure of the wind against his face, the angle of its keenest edge. A sharper gust from the left might indicate a treacherous passage, a softer, more embracing current from the right, a safer route. It was a form of cartography drawn in sound and sensation, a map etched onto his very soul. He found himself instinctively adjusting his stride, his grip on the staff tightening or loosening in response to these ethereal cues. There were moments when the whispers coalesced into something almost resembling a melody, a mournful yet strangely comforting tune that resonated deep within his bones. He imagined it as the song of the land itself, a lament for the fleeting warmth, a prelude to the eternal reign of ice. He could almost discern patterns in the rising and falling pitches, in the crescendo and diminuendo of the wind's voice. It was as if the very elements were in communion with him, sharing their ancient wisdom. He remembered the visions that had plagued him, the fragmented images that flickered at the edge of his awareness. Were these whispers connected to those fleeting glimpses of his past, to the faces he could not quite recall, the emotions that surged and receded like tides? The staff, he felt, was a key, not just to his memories, but to understanding this silent language of the North. Its worn surface seemed to hum in response to the wind's murmurings, as if it too were an ancient listener, a silent witness to this ongoing conversation. He began to associate specific whispers with specific sensations. A low, guttural rumble that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath his feet would precede a subtle tremor, a warning of unstable footing. A high-pitched, keening whistle that rode the fiercest gusts felt like a herald of an impending blizzard, a call to seek shelter, however meager. He learned to distinguish between the wind that merely blew and the wind that spoke. The latter had a texture, a presence that was both ethereal and undeniable. One particularly insistent whisper, a drawn-out, sighing sound, seemed to beckon him towards a dense thicket of snow-laden fir trees. It was a more focused call than the general murmur of the wind, a specific direction being imparted. He hesitated for a moment, scanning the landscape. The firs offered a potential respite from the open exposure of the plains, but they also harbored their own shadows, their own secrets. Yet, the whisper persisted, a gentle insistence that nudged him towards the dark, brooding mass of evergreen. As he drew closer, the whisper seemed to deepen, becoming richer, as if the trees themselves were adding their voices to the chorus. He could almost feel the ancient consciousness of the forest reaching out to him. The air grew stiller within the boughs. The direct force of the wind muffled, but the whispers remained, now a more intimate, rustling sound, as if secrets were being shared amongst the needles. He ran a gloved hand over the rough bark of a massive fir, feeling the deep grooves that seemed to hold the echoes of centuries. He found a small clearing nestled amongst the trees, a space where the snow lay less deep, sheltered from the harshest of the wind. Here, the whispers seemed to gather, coalescing into a more distinct pattern. He could almost make out phrases, fragments of a language that stirred something deep within him, a faint echo of recognition. It was as if the wind was breathing life into dormant pathways in his mind, awakening a forgotten understanding. He sat, his back against the sturdy trunk of a fir, the staff resting beside him. The whispers continued, a soft lullaby now, weaving tales of endurance, of resilience, of the cyclical nature of life and death in this unforgiving land. He felt a profound sense of peace settling over him, a calm that had been absent for so long. The whispers were not a threat, but a reassurance, a testament to a continuity that transcended his own fragmented existence. He focused on the staff, its dark wood seeming to absorb the ambient whispers, to amplify them in a way only he could perceive. The subtle thrumming he had felt before was now more pronounced, a resonant echo of the wind's song. He traced the whorls and knots on its surface, imagining them as glyphs, as ancient runes that held the key to this newfound language. Perhaps the staff was not merely a conduit, but a translator, a device that allowed him to perceive the subtle communications of the wild. The whispers spoke of time, not as a linear progression, but as a vast, interconnected web. They spoke of the slow, inexorable march of the seasons, of the ancient pacts between the earth and the sky, of the spirits that dwelled in the wind and the snow. They hinted at a purpose for his journey, a destination that lay beyond the immediate horizon, a destiny that was being unveiled with each passing gust. He realized that the whispers were not just guiding him physically, but also spiritually. They were teaching him to listen, to be present, to attune himself to the subtle rhythms of the world around him. In his amnesia, he had become disconnected from the natural order, adrift in a sea of his own confusion. The wind, in its boundless expanse, was re anchoring him, reminding him of his place within the grand tapestry of existence. He began to experiment, to try and respond. He would hum softly, attempting to mimic the pitch and cadence of the wind's whispers. He would focus his intent, willing his own thoughts to reach out and mingle with the aerial currents. It was a clumsy, nascent attempt, like a child learning to speak, but he felt a flicker of acknowledgement, a subtle shift in the wind's song, as if his efforts had been heard. The whispers also carried a sense of warning, a low murmur of caution that would rise in pitch when he neared areas of particular peril. A sheer ice-covered slope, a hidden crevasse masked by a dusting of fresh snow. These dangers were heralded by a specific, sharp inflection in the wind's tone. He had learned to trust these auditory omens implicitly, his survival dependent on his ability to interpret their subtle nuances. He recalled a moment earlier in his journey, before he had truly learned to listen. He had stumbled into a patch of deceptively thin ice, the brittle surface groaning under his weight. It was only a sudden, violent gust, a harsh, grating sound that had ripped through the air, that had startled him into jumping back just as the ice gave way with a sickening crack. At the time, he had dismissed it as a coincidence, a mere anomaly of the weather. Now, he understood it was a clear and direct warning, a manifestation of the wind's voice. The whispers were not always gentle. Sometimes they were a furious roar, a cacophony of sound that seemed to convey anger, a primal rage at the intrusion of something alien into their domain. During these storms, he would find the deepest shelter he could, pressing himself against the earth, drawing strength from the unwavering solidity of his staff, waiting for the tempest's fury to subside and for the whispers to return to their more familiar, albeit enigmatic, pronouncements. He found a peculiar solace in the impersonal nature of the wind's communication. It was not a personal judgment, nor a biased opinion, but an objective transmission of information, of warnings, of guidance. It spoke of the land, of its moods, of its dangers, and of its hidden pathways. And in speaking of these things, it spoke indirectly of him, of his place within this vast and ancient world. As the sun, a pale, indifferent disk in the northern sky, began its slow descent, casting long, blue shadows across the snow, the whispers seemed to grow more intense, more focused. They were drawing him towards a specific point, a convergence of unseen currents. He could feel the energy of the place building, a palpable hum that resonated not just in his ears, but in his very marrow. He pushed through a final screen of low-hanging branches and emerged onto a small plateau. Before him, the land dropped away into a vast, shadowed valley, its depths obscured by the gathering twilight. The wind here was different. It swirled and eddied, carrying with it a unique resonance, a complex layering of sounds that seemed to vibrate with a deep, ancient power. He raised his staff, feeling its familiar connection to the energy of this place. The whispers were no longer mere murmurs. They were a chorus, a symphony of voices, all converging on this single point. They spoke of convergence, of arrival, of a moment of significant transition. He felt a surge of anticipation, a tremor of both fear and excitement. The whispers on the wind, the unseen forces that had guided his steps through this desolate wilderness, had led him to a threshold. What lay beyond, he did not know, but he knew with a certainty that pierced through his lingering amnesia that this was where his path truly began. The wind, his constant companion, his silent interpreter, had brought him to the precipice of his destiny, and the whispers urged him to take the next step into the unfolding mystery. The wind, a constant companion, now seemed to weave a more complex narrative, its whispers punctuated by distinct, sharp cries that cut through the pervasive hush of the snow. Einar had learned to decipher the atmospheric murmurs, to feel the subtle shifts in pressure that foretold treacherous ice or a sudden flurry. But these new sounds were different. They were organic, resonant, and carried a distinct intelligence that vibrated on a primal frequency within him. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the vast, undulating expanse of white. High above, a lone raven, a stark silhouette against the bruised lavender of the twilight sky, circled lazily. Its wings, broad and powerful, beat a slow, deliberate rhythm, carrying it effortlessly on the unseen currents. Then it happened. Not a random squawk, but a clear, almost melodic sequence of croaks and clicks, a staccato burst that seemed to be directed with unnerving precision. It wasn't merely sound, it was information, encoded in the very timbre and rhythm of the call. Einar felt it deep within his bones, a resonance that echoed the whispers he had grown accustomed to. The raven's cry was a marker, a feathered pointer in the immense, featureless landscape. It wasn't just a bird calling, it was a beacon, a confirmation of a path he had only sensed, a direction whispered by the wind, but now undeniably affirmed. He recalled the ancient lore, the tales of birds serving as messengers, guides, and omens. He had always dismissed them as fanciful embellishments, but now, standing in the heart of this desolate wilderness, with the very air alive with hidden meaning, such beliefs no longer seemed so far-fetched. He watched the raven as it completed its circuit, its dark eyes, like polished obsidian, seeming to survey the world below with an ancient, knowing gaze. There was a purpose in its flight, a deliberate mapping of the territory. And then it let out another cry, this one longer, more drawn out, a mournful yet resonant cow ow ow that seemed to hang in the frigid air. Einar felt an inexplicable pull in that direction, a subtle but insistent tug towards the west, where the terrain began to dip and fold into shadowed hollows. The wind, too, seemed to align itself with the raven's call, its currents now carrying a distinct undertow from that precise quarter. He adjusted his grip on his staff, its ancient wood cool and familiar against his calloused palm. He had learned to trust the subtle cues of the wild, the almost imperceptible shifts in the natural world that often preceded significant events. The raven's cry was not just a random vocalization, it was a specific utterance, a key that unlocked a deeper understanding of his surroundings. It was a signal, distinct from the wind's amorphous whispers, a more tangible piece of the puzzle that was his journey. He had noticed before how certain birds would congregate in specific areas, their presence often preceding a change in weather or the discovery of a hidden water source. But this raven's call was different. It felt personal, as if the creature were communicating directly with him, its dark form a living semaphore against the fading light. He raised his staff, not in any conscious attempt to communicate, but more as a gesture of acknowledgement, a silent greeting to the feathered sentinel. The raven, as if sensing his attention, dipped its wings in a sharp, almost human like bow before soaring higher, its cry echoing once more, a final, definitive pronouncement that seemed to seal his course. Einar felt a surge of gratitude, a rare and potent emotion in this stark, unforgiving land. He was not merely lost, he was being guided, his path illuminated by the calls of creatures that seemed to possess an innate understanding of his plight. As he began to move, following the direction indicated by the raven's cry, he noticed other subtle signs that corroborated the bird's message. The snow, which had been uniformly packed and windswept on the open plains, now bore the faint imprint of tracks, barely discernible beneath a fresh dusting. They were not the tracks of prey, but something larger, something that had passed through this way with deliberation. And as he drew closer to the western incline, the vegetation began to change. The stunted pines gave way to thicker stands of birch, their pale bark gleaming like bone in the dim light, and the occasional hardy willow, their branches draped with icicles like frozen tears. This was a direction where life, however meager, clung more tenaciously. He thought back to his fragmented memories, to the fleeting images that sometimes surfaced unbidden, a flash of a dark feather against a bright sky, a sense of vastness, a feeling of being watched. Could these be echoes of a past connection to these creatures, to this land? The raven's call felt like a fragment of a forgotten language, a sound that resonated with something deep within his own lost history. It was more than just a navigational aid, it was a bridge connecting his present confusion to a past he could not recall, yet felt intrinsically tied to. He stopped by a cluster of ancient, gnarled birch trees, their trunks twisted into contorted shapes as if wrestling with an unseen force. The wind here was gentler, funneling through the branches with a softer sigh. He leaned against one of the trunks, the rough bark a welcome sensation against his glove. High above, another raven landed on a windswept branch, its obsidian eyes surveying the scene with what seemed to be a quiet vigilance. Einar watched it, waiting. He knew that it was not always the same bird, but a chorus, a network of sentinels, each contributing to the grander narrative of guidance. This second raven then let out a series of sharp, rapid calls, a staccato burst that seemed to convey a sense of urgency. It wasn't a warning of immediate danger, but a clear indication of a destination, a place that held some significance. The pattern was distinct, a three-note sequence followed by a quick flutter of wings. Einar focused, trying to internalize the rhythm, to let it embed itself in his memory. It was like a musical phrase, a specific melody that had meaning beyond its mere sound. He traced the pattern in the air with his finger, feeling the echo of the raven's movements, its pronouncements. He realized that these creatures were not just random travelers. They were participants in a silent, ancient drama, their lives intrinsically woven into the fabric of this land. Their cries were not arbitrary sounds, but deliberate messages passed along a chain of awareness that spanned the wilderness. He was a part of this chain, an unwitting recipient of their wisdom. The raw, untamed beauty of the landscape was not merely a backdrop It was a living entity, and the raven's cry was a testament to its enduring spirit. He continued his trek, the raven's call echoing in his mind, guiding his steps through the deepening shadows. The terrain began to grow more challenging, the snow-covered ground giving way to patches of exposed rock, slick with a thin sheen of ice. Yet, the raven's cries, intermittent but consistent, seemed to steer him away from the most perilous routes, directing him towards less obvious but ultimately safer passages. It was a delicate dance, a reliance on the instincts of creatures that possessed a knowledge he could only begin to comprehend. He found himself looking up more frequently, scanning the sky for the telltale dark shapes of the ravens. Their presence became a source of comfort, a reassurance that he was not alone in this vast emptiness. Each call was a confirmation, a subtle affirmation that he was on the right path, that his journey, however uncertain, had a purpose. The wind, the whispers, and now the ravens, they were all speaking a language he was slowly, painstakingly, learning to understand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet, Einar reached the edge of a small, sheltered valley. The wind here was muted, the sounds of the open plains a distant murmur. In the center of the valley, a single, ancient oak stood defiant against the elements, its bare branches etched against the twilight sky like skeletal fingers, and perched on its highest limb, a raven sat as still as a statue, its dark form a perfect silhouette. This raven, however, remained silent. It simply watched him, its head tilted, as if assessing him, waiting for him to make his own pronouncements. Einar approached the oak, the snow crunching softly under his boots. He felt a strange stillness settle over the valley, a palpable sense of arrival. The ravens had led him here, to this solitary sentinel of the wild. He raised his staff, its dark wood seeming to absorb the last vestiges of the day's light. He looked at the silent raven, a question forming in his mind. What was the purpose of this place? What secret did this silent guardian hold? He remembered the earlier, more frantic calls, the urgent sequences that had guided him through treacherous passes. This silence was different. It was a pause, a moment of contemplation, before the next phase of his journey began. He closed his eyes, trying to attune himself to the energy of the place, to the unspoken communication that seemed to emanate from the ancient oak and its feathered guardian. The wind, which had been a chorus of whispers and cries, now seemed to hold its breath, waiting for him. He knew, with a certainty that transcended his lost memories, that this was not the end of his guidance, but a new beginning, marked by the silence of the raven and the enduring strength of the ancient oak. The silent vigil of the raven was an omen in itself, a sign that the next stage of his journey was one of introspection, of inner discovery, a prelude to a revelation that lay hidden within the heart of this quiet valley. The wind, which had been his constant narrator, now seemed to recede, allowing the stillness to speak, to imprint upon his soul the profound significance of this silent, watchful sentinel. He felt a deep connection to this solitary oak, its roots delving deep into the earth, its branches reaching towards the heavens, a symbol of resilience and enduring strength. The raven, a creature of ancient wisdom, seemed to embody the very spirit of this land, its silent presence a testament to the enduring mysteries of the wild. The valley cradled Einar in its hushed embrace, a sanctuary from the howling winds that still clawed at the surrounding peaks. Before him, the ancient oak stood, a monument to nature's brutal artistry. It was not just a tree, it was a scar, a testament etched into the very flesh of the land by the capricious hand of a storm. The lightning, a celestial spear, had cleaved its trunk with savage finality. The upper half of the majestic tree was gone, reduced to jagged splinters that clawed at the sky like the broken talons of some colossal beast. The raw, exposed heartwood, once vibrant and alive, was now a stark, blackened chasm, a wound that had refused to heal, instead becoming a monument to its own violent sundering. Einar approached it slowly, his boots crunching on the frost-kissed snow that clung to the valley floor. The silence that had fallen with his arrival was profound, broken only by the soft exhalations of his own breath and the distant, almost imperceptible sigh of the wind in the valley's upper reaches. The raven, a silent observer, remained perched on the highest surviving branch, its obsidian eyes fixed upon him. There was no longer a need for vocal pronouncements. The omen itself spoke volumes. This was a landmark, a profound indicator of the path he was treading. The sheer force required to obliterate a tree of such venerable age spoke of a power that commanded reverence, a power that had irrevocably altered the landscape and, Einar suspected, his own destiny. He circled the oak, his gloved fingers brushing against the still warm, charred bark. Even after all this time, the residual energy of the strike seemed to thrum beneath the surface, a latent power that resonated with the primal forces Einar was beginning to understand. This was not a sign of mere destruction, but of a transformation wrought by the untamed energy of the heavens. The lightning had not merely killed the tree, it had revealed its inner core, exposing its vulnerability and its strength in a single, incandescent moment. It was a violent birth, a shattering that had created a new focal point in the wilderness, a beacon for those who knew how to read its silent language. He remembered the ancient tales, the folklore woven around trees struck by lightning. They were often seen as conduits, places where the veil between worlds thinned, where divine pronouncements were made manifest. Some believed them to be cursed, forever marked by the wrath of the gods. Others, however, saw them as blessed, imbued with a potent, transformative energy. Einar felt neither fear nor awe, but a deep sense of recognition. This was not a sign of divine anger, but of nature's awesome power, a power that was both destructive and, in its own way, generative. The exposed heartwood, raw and vulnerable, was also a source of immense power, a conduit for forces far greater than mortal comprehension. The splintered opening in the trunk was wide enough for him to peer into. Within, the wood was charred and twisted, but still held the ghost of the tree's former glory. He could see the rings, the silent record of centuries of growth, now scarred by a single cataclysmic event. It was a microcosm of his own journey, he mused, a life interrupted, a path violently diverted, yet still possessing an underlying resilience that allowed for continuation, albeit in a new, altered form. The raven watched, its stillness a mirror to the tree's own stoic endurance. He stood there for a long time, letting the presence of the lightning-struck oak seep into his being. The valley had provided a sanctuary, a place to pause and absorb the omens that had guided him here, the wind's whispers, the raven's calls, and now this silent, scarred sentinel. They were all pieces of a grander tapestry, threads of meaning woven into the fabric of his quest. The oak was not just a marker on his journey, it was a symbol of the very transformation he was undergoing. The disruption, the shattering of the old, was a necessary precursor to the emergence of something new, something stronger, something forged in the crucible of elemental fury. He traced the jagged edges of the lightning's path, feeling the roughness of the scorched wood under his fingers. The bark had flaked away in places, revealing the pale, exposed wood beneath, a stark contrast to the dark, burnt exterior. It was a duality, a testament to the simultaneous forces of destruction and preservation at play in the natural world. Even in its ravaged state, the oak retained a certain dignity, a stoic beauty that spoke of its deep roots and its enduring connection to the earth. It was a reminder that true strength often lay not in an absence of scars, but in the ability to bear them with grace and resilience. The raven, sensing his contemplation, let out a soft, guttural sound, a mere whisper of a croak that barely disturbed the air. Einar looked up at the creature, its dark eyes reflecting the fading light. It was as if the bird understood the significance of this place, of this particular omen. Its presence here, at the culmination of his directed journey, was not accidental. It was the final confirmation, the silent nod of acknowledgement from the ancient messengers of the wild. He realized that the path ahead would likely be as unpredictable and as potent as the force that had struck the oak. The lightning had not simply pointed a direction, it had imparted a lesson. It had shown him that even in the face of overwhelming power and sudden disruption, life could endure, and transformation, though often painful, could lead to a deeper understanding of oneself and the world. The charred wood, though blackened and brittle in places, was still wood. The tree was still alive, its roots still anchored in the earth, drawing sustenance from the very ground that had witnessed its violent rebirth. He felt a shift within himself, a subtle recalibration of his senses. The world seemed sharper, more vibrant, as if the lightning strike had somehow attuned him to its latent energies. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the subtle currents of life that flowed through the valley. The oak, in its silent testimony, had awakened something within him, a deeper awareness of the interconnectedness of all things, of the potent forces that shaped both the external world and the internal landscape of the soul. As he turned to leave the valley, he cast one last look at the lightning-struck oak. It stood as a sentinel, a stark and powerful reminder of the journey's trials and the unfolding revelations. The path had been illuminated not by a gentle guiding light, but by a brilliant, shattering flash that had irrevocably altered the very landscape. He understood now that the omens were not just signposts, they were teachers, each one imparting a crucial lesson, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. The lightning-struck oak was a profound testament to this truth, a silent, enduring monument to the raw power of disruption and the enduring spirit of life, a symbol that would forever guide his steps on the path towards his ultimate destination. The wind, now picking up again, seemed to carry a different song, a song of resilience, of transformation, of the unyielding spirit that could emerge from the ashes of destruction. He felt a quiet resolve settle within him, a new understanding of the path he was walking, a path marked not just by external guidance, but by an internal awakening catalyzed by the elemental fury that had shaped this solitary, magnificent oak. The valley, having offered its silent communion with the lightning scarred oak, now yielded to a more subtle, yet equally insistent, language of the land. Einar moved with a renewed sense of purpose, his gaze sweeping across the increasingly rugged terrain. The snow lay thicker here, a pristine blanket interrupted only by the stark, dark forms of ancient pines and the jagged protrusions of rock. It was in these rocks, weathered and worn by millennia of wind and ice, that Einar sought his next guidance. The summary had spoken of cairns, man made constructs often overlooked by the casual observer. But to Einar, they were the whispers of those who had trod this path before him, their silent messages, now etched in stone and frost. He scanned the horizon, his breath misting in the frigid air. The landscape here was not one of dramatic devastation, like the oak, but of patient endurance. Each ridge and ravine seemed to hold its own secrets, its own tales of survival against the unforgiving elements. His eyes fell upon a cluster of rocks, piled with a deliberate, almost mournful symmetry. It was a cairn, unmistakable in its form, standing sentinel on a slight rise. What set this particular pile of stones apart was the delicate lacework of frost that clung to its surfaces. The ice crystals, formed in the frigid air of the previous night, had settled upon the weathered granite with exquisite precision, creating ephemeral patterns that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Einar approached the cairn with a reverence born of understanding. These were not mere accidental arrangements of stone. They were markers, placed by hands long since turned to dust, their intentions reaching across the vast expanse of time to guide him. The frost, in this instance, was not merely a consequence of the cold, but a canvas upon which a message was being painted. He circled the cairn slowly, his boots crunching softly on the frozen earth. The stones themselves were of varying sizes, some rough and angular, others smoothed by the relentless caress of the elements. Each bore the patina of age, the subtle variations in color, speaking of their origins, their journeys from the earth to this place. The frost on the cairn was not uniform. It coalesced in certain areas, forming intricate, almost calligraphic patterns, while leaving other stones stark and bare. Einar's gaze was drawn to a particular section, where the ice had formed a delicate, branching structure resembling a frozen stream or a network of veins. He recognized it, not as a random embellishment, but as a deliberate sign. The frost had highlighted a specific orientation, a subtle directionality that spoke of movement, of a path yet to be taken. It was as if the very elements had conspired to emphasize a singular point, a silent instruction etched in the ephemeral beauty of ice. He recalled the teachings of his mentors, the lore passed down through generations of those who lived in harmony with the wild. They spoke of the earth's hidden language, of the signs that nature offered to those with the patience and the wisdom to decipher them. The frost on a cairn, they said, was not merely the result of atmospheric conditions, but a manifestation of the land's own intent, a way of accentuating the intended direction, of drawing the eye to the path that would lead one forward. The patterns were never arbitrary. They were as deliberate as the placement of the stones themselves. Einar knelt beside the cairn, his breath catching in his throat. The branching frost pattern seemed to point towards a narrow, almost imperceptible gap between two brooding cliffs in the distance. It was a route that, Without this subtle, celestial calligraphy, he might have easily overlooked, dismissing it as an impassable ravine. But the frost, in its delicate embrace, had illuminated this specific passage, transforming it from a mere geological feature into a clear invitation. He felt a profound sense of connection to the nameless individuals who had erected this marker. They had faced their own journeys, their own trials, and in their wisdom, they had left these breadcrumbs of stone and ice for those who would follow. He ran a gloved finger over the frosted stones, feeling the subtle variations in texture, the delicate sharpness of the ice crystals. The cold seeped through his glove, a sharp reminder of the pervasive chill that dictated life and movement in these lands. Yet, within that cold, there was a clarity, a stark beauty that revealed the truth of his surroundings. The lightning struck oak had been an omen of raw power, a testament to disruption and transformation. This cairn, however, spoke of a different kind of strength, the strength of enduring purpose, of meticulous guidance passed down through the ages. The silence around the cairn was different from the hushed reverence of the valley. Here, it was a silence filled with the quiet hum of the earth, a stillness that allowed the subtle messages of the land to resonate. He could almost hear the echoes of the hands that had piled these stones, the murmurs of encouragement or warning that might have accompanied their placement. The frost was merely the latest layer of communication, a transient message superimposed upon the enduring testament of the stone. He stood, his eyes fixed on the gap between the cliffs. The cairn had served its purpose, its frosted declaration now etched into his mind. He understood that his journey was not one of solitary wandering, but of communion with the land, of listening to the voices that had been silenced by time, but not by intent. The frost covered cairn was a testament to the enduring legacy of human endeavor, a bridge across the chasm of centuries, guiding him not with words, but with the silent, undeniable truth of form and elemental artistry. As he turned away from the cairn, the sun, now lower in the sky, caught the frost, making the entire structure glimmer like a hoard of precious jewels. It was a fleeting beauty, he knew, one that would melt with the rising sun, but its message would endure. The path ahead was now illuminated not by a single blinding flash, but by a delicate, persistent whisper, carried on the breath of the winter wind and captured in the exquisite detail of frost upon stone. He felt a surge of gratitude for these ancient guides, for the silent promise that he was not alone on this arduous quest, that the wisdom of the past was an ever present companion, leading him ever onward, step by frozen step, towards his ultimate destiny. The wind, a constant presence, now seemed to carry a faint, almost musical sigh, as if acknowledging the successful deciphering of its icy script. He continued his trek, the image of the frosted cairn a beacon in his mind, a promise of the guidance that lay hidden, waiting to be revealed in the very fabric of the wild. The snow, so pristine and unbroken moments ago, now bore the distinct imprint of his passage, a fleeting mark on a landscape that held the enduring stories of countless journeys before his own. He knew that with each step, he was not just moving forward, but becoming a part of that ongoing narrative, another thread woven into the timeless tapestry of the land. The terrain ahead began to shift, the gentle slopes giving way to a more challenging ascent. The wind, which had been a mere whisper, now gathered a keener edge, its icy fingers probing at the layers of his furs. Einar pulled his hood tighter, his gaze still fixed on the distant gap between the cliffs. The cairn had been a crucial signpost, a confirmation of his chosen direction. But the path itself would require a different kind of understanding. He had learned from the oak that disruption could reveal strength, and from the cairn that subtle guidance could be more profound than overt pronouncements. Now, he braced himself for the physical demands of the journey, the silent promise of the frost-covered marker echoing in his heart. The rocky outcrops became more frequent, forcing him to pick his way carefully, his breath coming in shorter, sharper puffs. The snow here was deeper, clinging to the crevices and obscuring the footing. Each step was a conscious effort, a deliberate placement of boot against the frozen earth. He found himself observing the natural formations with a heightened awareness. A cluster of trees bent at an unnatural angle, their branches reaching towards a particular slope, could be another subtle indication. The way the snow had drifted, creating shallow hollows or revealing exposed patches of rock, all spoke of the wind's relentless passage, and in that passage, a pattern could often be discerned. He came across another cairn, this one larger, more imposing than the first, standing at the confluence of two ancient game trails. This one was less adorned with frost, its stones bearing the stark, gray hue of enduring granite. However, its placement was undeniably significant. It sat at the very point where the faint trail he was following seemed to diverge, one path leading further into the shadowed depths of a dense forest, the other continuing its arduous climb towards the peaks. This was a crossroads, a moment where a decision, if made incorrectly, could lead him far astray. Einar examined the larger cairn, running his hand over its cold, unyielding surface. There was no delicate frosting to guide him here, no intricate ice patterns to decipher. Instead, the message was conveyed through its very presence, its strategic location at this critical juncture. The ancient builders had understood the importance of landmarks, of clear indicators at points of potential confusion. This cairn was a statement, a definitive declaration of the correct route. It was the bold pronouncement after the subtle whisper. He looked at the two diverging paths. The forest beckoned with its deep shadows and the promise of shelter. But the scent of pine needles and damp earth also carried a hint of stagnation, of paths that led into oblivion. The upward climb, on the other hand, was exposed and unforgiving, but it offered a clear line of sight, a direct ascent towards the heights. The cairn, by its very positioning, seemed to lean, ever so slightly, towards the upward path. It was a silent endorsement, a confirmation of the direction he had already begun to feel in his bones. He paused, allowing the weight of the moment to settle. The journey was a constant process of reading the land, of interpreting the signs that were laid before him. Each omen, whether the dramatic rending of the oak, the delicate artistry of frost on stone, or the solid presence of a marker at a crossroads, served to refine his understanding, to steer him towards his ultimate goal. He had learned to trust these silent communicators, to imbue them with the respect they deserved. They were the voices of the past guiding the present. He turned his back on the forest path, his gaze firmly fixed on the upward climb. The larger cairn stood behind him, a silent guardian of his choice, its stoic presence a testament to the wisdom of those who had placed it there. He knew that the path ahead would be demanding, the air growing thinner, the cold more biting, but he also knew that he was on the right track, guided by the enduring language of the wild. The markers, both grand and subtle, were coalescing into a clear narrative, a story of direction and purpose that unfolded with each step he took. The ascent was indeed grueling. The wind whipped snow into blinding flurries, reducing visibility to mere yards. Einar's muscles ached with the exertion, his lungs burning with the thin, frigid air. Yet, with every labored breath, he felt a growing sense of conviction. The omens he had encountered were not mere suggestions, they were confirmations. They had validated his instincts, strengthening his resolve. He was not merely following a path, he was answering a call etched into the very landscape by those who had come before him. He found himself scanning the terrain with an almost obsessive focus, looking for the next clue, the next whisper of guidance. He noticed how the hardy mountain goats, sure-footed creatures of these heights, navigated the treacherous slopes. Their established trails, often barely discernible beneath the snow, could offer their own form of subtle direction. He saw how they seemed to instinctively avoid certain sheer faces, hugging the contours of the land that offered the most stable passage. It was another form of reading the earth, a pragmatic understanding of its challenges and its possibilities. As he rounded a particularly sharp bend in the nascent trail, his breath hitched. Perched precariously on a high ledge, silhouetted against the bruised twilight sky, was another cairn. This one was different again. It was composed of smaller stones, meticulously arranged, almost as if each one had been placed with the precision of a jeweler. And upon the very apex of this delicate construction, a single, unblemished raven feather lay, stark and black against the white snow and gray stone. Einar's heart pounded. The raven, the silent observer at the lightning-struck oak, had appeared again. This was not a coincidence. This was a direct continuation of the narrative. The feather, placed with such deliberate care upon the cairn, was a sign of immense significance, a message from his ancient feathered allies, the messengers of the wild. He knew that the raven's presence was tied to deeper currents, to the very essence of his quest. He carefully made his way towards the ledge, the ascent now feeling less like a struggle and more like an ordained progression. The wind seemed to momentarily abate, as if holding its breath in anticipation of his arrival. The cairn itself was a marvel of subtle engineering, its stones interlocked with an almost organic precision, creating a small, stable platform against the harsh elements. And there, resting atop it, was the feather. He reached out, his gloved fingers gently brushing against the soft barbs of the feather. It was surprisingly intact, untouched by the ravages of the wind or the snow. Its blackness seemed to absorb the fading light, a void of pure darkness against the muted tones of the mountain. He understood immediately that this was not just a marker, it was an affirmation. The raven, who had witnessed his contemplation at the oak, who had followed his progress, was now offering a final, resonant confirmation of his chosen path. The cairn, topped by the raven's feather, pointed directly towards a narrow crevice in the sheer rock face above, a dark opening that seemed to lead into the very heart of the mountain. It was a path that would require him to leave the open slopes and venture into the unseen depths, a move that was both daunting and strangely compelling. The feather was not pointing him towards an easy way, but towards the essential way, the way that promised deeper understanding and perhaps greater challenges. He carefully retrieved the feather, its lightness belying its profound significance. He tucked it safely into an inner pocket, feeling its subtle presence against his skin. The cairn, having delivered its message, now stood as a silent monument to the connection between the earth, its ancient builders, and the ethereal guidance of the wild. He had followed the whispers of frost, the pronouncements of stone, and now the direct testament of the raven. He looked up at the crevice, the dark maw of the mountain, beckoning him forward. The journey had begun with omens of power and transformation, had been guided by the subtle artistry of frost and the bold declarations of stone, and now culminated in a direct message from the spirit of the wild itself. He knew that this next stage would be different, a descent into the unknown, a journey into the heart of the mountain, where the true secrets of his quest might finally be revealed. The wind, now picking up again, seemed to carry a faint rustle, like the whisper of wings, a final farewell from his feathered guide as he prepared to step into the darkness. He took a deep breath, the cold air invigorating his lungs, and turned his gaze towards the crevice, ready to embrace the next chapter of his unfolding destiny. The mountain loomed, vast and silent, holding his breath, waiting for him to take that final, momentous step. The path ahead narrowed, transitioning from the wind-scoured slopes into a more confined, yet undeniably grander passage. The very air seemed to hum with an ancient energy, a resonant frequency that vibrated through Einar's bones. He had followed the whispers of frost on stone, the stark pronouncements of cairns at crossroads, and the resonant silence of a raven's feather perched upon a rocky altar. Each had been a stepping stone, a confirmation that he was not merely wandering, but being led, guided by the very breath of the world. Now, all these subtle currents converged, pulling him inexorably towards a singular destination, place etched into the oldest sagas, the Mountain of Winds. This was no ordinary mountain. It was a titan of the earth, a colossal monolith that pierced the heavens, its summit perpetually wreathed in an impenetrable shroud of swirling gales. The very name evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. The Mountain of Winds was not merely a geological feature, it was a living entity, a guardian of the threshold between realms. Legends whispered that it was upon its unforgiving slopes that Odin, the All-Father, had cast his all-conquering spear, Gungnir, a cosmic act that had shattered the boundaries of the 9 realms, binding them together in a divine tapestry. To stand upon its heights was to stand at the nexus of creation, where the veil between worlds was said to be thinnest, a place where the ethereal dance of the aurora borealis was not merely a spectacle, but a gateway. The terrain began to change dramatically, the familiar snow-covered rocks giving way to formations of a darker, more ancient stone. These were not the weathered granites and limestones of the lower altitudes, but basaltic giants, their surfaces scarred by the ceaseless fury of the winds. The air grew colder, the chill biting deeper, carrying with it the raw, untamed power of the upper atmosphere. The wind, which had been a persistent companion, now became a palpable force, a roaring symphony that seemed to buffet him from all sides, testing his resolve with every gust. It was as if the mountain itself was breathing, its exhalations the very gales that shaped its formidable countenance. Einar found himself navigating a series of increasingly precarious ledges, the path often reduced to a mere sliver of solid ground with sheer drops on either side. He moved with a deliberate, almost reverent tread, each step a testament to his honed survival skills and the unwavering purpose that propelled him forward. The subtle guidance of the omens had prepared him for this ascent, not just physically, but mentally. He had learned to read the subtle shifts in the wind's howl, to interpret the patterns in the swirling snow, and to trust the ancient markers that had been placed with such deliberate intent. As he ascended, the world below began to recede, the familiar valleys and forests shrinking into a vast, undulating expanse of white and gray. He was entering a realm where only the most resilient life could endure, a testament to the raw power of nature. The silence that had previously surrounded him was now filled with the omnipresent roar of the wind, a sound that was both terrifying and exhilarating. It was a constant reminder of the elemental forces at play, the very forces that had shaped the world and would, he believed, play a crucial role in the unfolding of his destiny. He recalled the stories of those who had attempted this climb before him, the brave souls and foolish adventurers who had sought the wisdom or the power that resided on this sacred peak. Many had been turned back by the relentless gales, their spirits broken, their bodies battered. Others had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the unforgiving landscape. Yet, there were also tales of triumph, of individuals who, through strength of will and a deep communion with the elements, had reached the summit and witnessed wonders beyond mortal comprehension. He hoped to join their ranks, to become one of the few who had truly understood the language of the mountain of winds. The ascent was a metaphor for his entire journey, a constant push against resistance, a relentless climb towards a singular goal. Each step was a conscious act of defiance against the forces that sought to dissuade him. The wind, in its ceaseless assault, felt like the doubts and challenges that had plagued him from the outset of his quest. But with each gust he endured, his resolve only strengthened. He was not merely climbing a mountain, he was confronting the very trials that would forge him into the person he was meant to be. He noticed the subtle ways the mountain itself offered guidance, even in its ferocity. Certain rock formations, sculpted by millennia of wind erosion, seemed to point in specific directions, their jagged outlines like ancient fingers indicating the safest routes. The way the snow accumulated in certain crevices, forming natural handholds or providing temporary shelter, spoke of the mountain's own inherent wisdom, a silent pact with those who sought to understand it. He was learning to see not just the obstacles, but the inherent pathways, the silent invitations woven into the fabric of the landscape. The air grew thinner still, and Einar's lungs ached with the effort of drawing breath. His muscles burned with a deep, pervasive fatigue, but his mind remained sharp, attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. He knew that this was the final crucible, the ultimate test of his endurance. The legends surrounding the Mountain of Winds spoke of its ability to reveal not only the secrets of the outer world, but also the hidden depths of one's own soul. He paused for a moment, taking shelter behind a massive wind-worn boulder. From this vantage point, he could see the storm clouds gathering around the upper reaches of the mountain, a swirling vortex of gray and white that hinted at the immense power contained within. The very air crackled with an unseen energy, a precursor to the celestial display that was rumored to accompany the rare moments when the mountain allowed passage to the realm of the aurora. He thought of the prophecy, the ancient words that had set him on this path. They spoke of a time when the veil would be lifted, when the celestial lights would descend and illuminate the world with a cosmic revelation. And it was here, on the windswept peak of this legendary mountain, that this prophecy was said to reach its culmination. The omens he had encountered, from the lightning scarred oak to the raven's feather, were all leading him to this precise moment, this place of ultimate convergence. As he resumed his climb, he noticed a shift in the wind's tone. It was no longer just a force of nature, it seemed to carry a more directed intent. The gusts no longer felt random, but purposeful, as if guiding him, pushing him forward when his strength began to wane, and subtly steering him away from treacherous pitfalls. It was a strange and profound sensation to feel the very elements acting as his allies, their fury tempered by a guiding wisdom. He rounded a particularly formidable outcrop, a sheer wall of rock that seemed to bar his path entirely. For a moment, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Had he misinterpreted the signs? Had he reached an insurmountable obstacle? But then, his gaze fell upon a series of almost imperceptible notches carved into the stone, barely visible beneath a thin veneer of ice. These were handholds, deliberately placed, a testament to human endeavor etched into the unyielding rock. They were ancient, worn by countless seasons, but still discernible to a keen eye. This was not an impassable barrier. It was a challenge, a test of his willingness to engage with the mountain's own offerings. With renewed determination, Einar began to ascend the rock face, his fingers finding purchase in the icy grooves. The wind raged around him, threatening to tear him from his precarious hold, but he clung on, his body a testament to his unwavering focus. Each movement was slow and deliberate, a careful choreography of strength and precision. He could feel the mountain testing him, pushing him to his limits, but also, in its own way, supporting him. As he reached the crest of the rock face, the panorama that unfolded before him stole his breath. The wind here was a solid, tangible presence, a howling gale that seemed to carry the very essence of the world. And above, painted across the vast, darkening canvas of the sky, was the first faint whisper of the aurora. Swirls of ethereal green and violet began to unfurl, a celestial ballet that promised a spectacle of unimaginable grandeur. He had arrived at the threshold. The mountain of winds, in all its majestic and terrifying glory, stood before him. The journey had been arduous, marked by omens that spoke of power, wisdom, and the interconnectedness of all things. The lightning-struck oak had shown him the transformative power of disruption. The frost-kissed cairns had revealed the subtle, yet profound language of guidance, and the raven's feather had affirmed the presence of ancient allies, the silent watchers of his progress. Now, he stood at the precipice, the windswept summit beckoning him onward. The legends said that on this peak, the very fabric of reality thinned, allowing for communion with the divine, for glimpses into the mysteries of creation. He looked up at the aurora, its colors deepening, its patterns becoming more intricate, and felt a profound sense of anticipation. The final act of the prophecy was about to unfold, and he, Einar, was at its very heart. The mountain, the wind, the aurora, they were all converging, ready to reveal the secrets that had been hidden for eons, waiting for this precise moment for him to finally reach the summit. The wind seemed to carry a message now, a chorus of ancient voices whispering through the gale, welcoming him to the place where the worlds truly met. He took a deep, ragged breath, the cold air a stark reminder of his mortality, yet filled with the promise of something far greater. He was ready. The raw, unadulterated power of the mountain of winds was not something that could be merely observed. It was something that permeated the very marrow of one's bones. Einar, having finally traversed the treacherous, wind-scoured paths that led to the base of the colossal peak, found himself standing on ground that thrummed with an ancient, palpable energy. The journey had been an odyssey of endurance, a test of will against the relentless forces of nature, guided by the subtle whispers of omens and the stark pronouncements of the land itself. Each step had been a confirmation, a building block in the grand architecture of his destiny, leading him to this sacred threshold. The mountain of winds, a titan that clawed at the very heavens, its summit perpetually shrouded in a tempestuous veil, was not just a geological formation, but a living entity, a guardian of the liminal spaces between realms. Legends spoke of it as the place where Odin, the All-Father, had hurled Gungnir, his omnipotent spear, severing the threads of separate worlds and weaving them into a unified tapestry of existence. To stand here was to stand at the nexus of creation, where the celestial veil was thinnest, a sanctuary where the aurora borealis was not a mere display, but a gateway. The terrain had shifted dramatically from the familiar, snow-dusted slopes to formations of a darker, more ancient stone. These were not the weathered granites and limestones of lower altitudes, but colossal, basaltic giants, their surfaces etched with the scars of millennia of wind-driven erosion, testament to the ceaseless fury of the upper atmosphere. The air, already thin and biting, grew colder still, carrying with it a raw, untamed power that seemed to resonate deep within Einar's soul. The wind, a constant, howling companion throughout his ascent, now coalesced into a palpable force, a roaring symphony that buffeted him from every direction, its intensity a constant test of his resolve. It was as if the mountain itself possessed a breath, its exhalations the very gales that sculpted its formidable countenance. He navigated a series of increasingly precarious ledges, the path often reduced to a mere sliver of solid ground with dizzying drops on either side. His movements were deliberate, almost reverent, each step a testament to his honed survival skills and the unwavering purpose that propelled him forward. The subtle guidance of the omens had prepared him, not just physically, but mentally, for this ascent. He had learned to decipher the nuanced shifts in the wind's lament, to interpret the cryptic patterns woven into the swirling snow, and to trust the ancient markers that had been placed with such deliberate intent. As he continued his relentless climb, the world below receded, the familiar valleys and forests shrinking into a vast, undulating expanse of white and gray. He was entering a realm where only the most resilient forms of life could endure, a stark testament to the raw, untamed power of nature. The silence, that had previously enveloped him was now filled with the omnipresent roar of the wind, a sound that was both terrifying and exhilarating, a constant reminder of the elemental forces at play, the very forces that had shaped this world and, he believed, would play a crucial role in the unfolding of his destiny. He found himself recalling the sagas of those who had dared this climb before him, the brave souls and the foolish adventurers who had sought the wisdom or the power that was said to reside on this sacred peak. Many had been driven back by the relentless gales, their spirits broken, their bodies battered and bruised. Others had simply vanished without a trace, swallowed by the unforgiving landscape. Yet there were also tales of triumph, of individuals who, through an unyielding strength of will and a profound communion with the elements, had reached the summit and witnessed wonders far beyond mortal comprehension. He harbored the hope of joining their ranks, of becoming one of the select few who had truly understood the primal language of the Mountain of Winds. The ascent itself served as a stark metaphor for his entire journey, a continuous push against resistance, a relentless climb towards a singular, overarching goal. Each step was a conscious act of defiance against the forces that sought to dissuade him. The wind, in its ceaseless assault, felt like the embodiment of the doubts and challenges that had plagued him from the very outset of his quest. But with each gust he endured, his resolve only seemed to strengthen, hardening like the very stone beneath his feet. He realized he was not merely climbing a mountain, he was confronting the very trials that would forge him into the person he was destined to become. He began to notice the subtle ways the mountain itself offered guidance, even in its overwhelming ferocity. Certain rock formations, meticulously sculpted by millennia of wind erosion, seemed to point in specific directions, their jagged outlines resembling ancient fingers indicating the safest routes forward. The manner in which the snow accumulated in certain crevices, forming natural handholds or providing temporary, much needed shelter, spoke of the mountain's own inherent wisdom, a silent pact offered to those who sought to understand its ways. He was learning to perceive not just the obstacles, but the inherent pathways, the silent invitations woven into the very fabric of the rugged landscape. The air grew thinner still, and Einar's lungs burned with the effort of drawing each breath. His muscles ached with a deep, pervasive fatigue, yet his mind remained razor sharp, acutely attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. He understood that this was the final crucible, the ultimate test of his endurance. The legends surrounding the Mountain of Winds invariably spoke of its ability to reveal not only the secrets of the outer world, but also the hidden, often unseen depths of one's own soul. He paused for a brief moment, seeking shelter behind a massive, wind-worn boulder. From this vantage point, he could observe the storm clouds gathering with an almost sentient intent around the upper reaches of the mountain, a swirling vortex of gray and white that hinted at the immense power contained within. The very air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable precursor to the celestial display that was rumored to accompany the rare moments when the mountain deemed it fitting to grant passage to the realm of the aurora. He recalled the prophecy, the ancient words that had set him on this arduous path. They spoke of a time when the veil between worlds would be lifted, when the celestial lights would descend and illuminate the world with a cosmic revelation. And it was here, on the windswept summit of this legendary mountain, that this prophecy was said to reach its ultimate culmination. The omens he had encountered along his journey, from the lightning scarred oak that had shown him the transformative power of disruption, to the frost kissed cairns that had revealed the subtle yet profound language of guidance, and the raven's feather that had affirmed the presence of ancient allies, the silent watchers of his progress, were all inexorably leading him to this precise moment, this place of ultimate convergence. As he resumed his climb, he noticed a distinct shift in the wind's tone. It was no longer merely a force of nature, it seemed to carry a more directed, purposeful intent. The gusts no longer felt random, but deliberate, as if guiding him, pushing him forward when his strength began to wane, and subtly steering him away from treacherous pitfalls. It was a strange and profoundly moving sensation to feel the very elements acting as his allies, their inherent fury seemingly tempered by a guiding, ancient wisdom. He rounded a particularly formidable outcrop, sheer wall of rock that, at first glance, seemed to bar his path entirely. For a fleeting moment, a cold flicker of doubt ignited within him. Had he misinterpreted the signs? Had he finally reached an insurmountable obstacle? But then, his gaze fell upon a series of almost imperceptible notches carved into the stone, barely visible beneath a thin veneer of ancient ice. These were handholds, deliberately placed, a silent testament to past human endeavor etched into the unyielding rock. They were ancient, worn smooth by countless seasons of wind and weather, but still discernible to a keen, searching eye. This was not an impassable barrier, he realized, but a challenge, a test of his willingness to engage with the mountain's own offerings, its own silent invitations. With a renewed surge of determination, Einar began to ascend the rock face, his fingers finding purchase in the icy grooves. The wind raged around him, a relentless force that threatened to tear him from his precarious hold. But he clung on, his body a testament to his unwavering focus and primal strength. Each movement was slow and deliberate, a careful choreography of brute strength and refined precision. He could feel the mountain testing him, pushing him to his absolute limits, but also, in its own mysterious way, supporting him. As he finally reached the crest of the rock face, the panorama that unfolded before him stole his breath, rendering him momentarily speechless. The wind here was a solid, tangible presence, a howling gale that seemed to carry the very essence of the world, its power almost overwhelming, and above, painted across the vast, darkening canvas of the sky, was the first faint, breathtaking whisper of the aurora. Swirls of ethereal green and violet began to unfurl, a celestial ballet that promised a spectacle of unimaginable grandeur and profound beauty. He had arrived at the threshold, the mountain of winds, in all its majestic and terrifying glory, stood before him, the culmination of his arduous journey. The journey had been an odyssey, marked by omens that spoke of power, wisdom, and the profound interconnectedness of all things. Now, standing at the precipice, the windswept summit beckoning him onward, he felt a profound sense of anticipation. The legend stated that on this very peak, the very fabric of reality thinned, allowing for a profound communion with the divine, for glimpses into the deepest mysteries of creation. He gazed upward at the aurora, its colors deepening, its patterns becoming ever more intricate. and felt an almost overwhelming sense of destiny converging upon him. The final act of the prophecy was about to unfold, and he, Einar, was at its very heart. The mountain, the wind, the aurora, they were all converging, ready to reveal the secrets that had been hidden for eons, patiently waiting for this precise moment, for him to finally reach the summit. The wind seemed to carry a message now, a chorus of ancient voices whispering through the gale, welcoming him to the place where the worlds truly met. He took a deep, ragged breath, the cold air a stark, grounding reminder of his own mortality, yet filled with the exhilarating promise of something far greater. He was ready. The sky above Einar had ignited. It was a spectacle that defied mere description, a divine tapestry unfurling across the vast expanse of the heavens. The aurora borealis, in all its incandescent glory, pulsed and shimmered, bathing the snow-covered landscape in an otherworldly glow. Hues of emerald, sapphire, violet, and molten gold danced and swirled, not as a passive backdrop to his arrival, but as an active participant in the unfolding destiny. The vibrant light illuminated the sacred ground beneath his feet, amplifying the mystical energies that permeated the air. Einar stood awestruck, rooted to the spot, feeling the ancient power of this sacred place resonate deep within his very soul. It was a palpable force, a silent acknowledgement of his arduous journey and his ultimate arrival. The wind, which had been a constant companion, a force of both challenge and guidance, seemed to soften its roar, becoming a gentle caress, a breath that carried whispers of ancient knowledge. The snow, pristine and untouched, sparkled under the celestial luminescence, creating a scene of ethereal beauty that was both humbling and awe-inspiring. He felt a profound connection to the earth beneath him and the sky above, a sense of belonging to something infinitely larger than himself. This was not merely a mountain, it was a nexus, a point where the mundane world met the divine, and he was standing at its very heart. The aurora's vibrant display was more than just light. It was a language, a communication from the cosmos, and Einar found himself intuitively understanding its ancient, sacred dialect. The colors seemed to paint not just the sky, but his very being, imbuing him with a sense of clarity and purpose he had never known. The air, though still cold, no longer felt hostile. It felt charged with possibility, with the promise of revelation. He raised a hand, his fingers tracing the swirling patterns of light, feeling the energy flow through him, a conduit between the earthly and the celestial. This embrace of the aurora was the ultimate validation of his quest, the confirmation that he had indeed reached the sacred summit, the place where the echoes of Gungnir still resonated through the very fabric of existence. The sheer intensity of the light seemed to strip away all pretense, leaving him exposed yet utterly at peace before the immensity of creation. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey, for the trials that had forged him, and for this moment of breathtaking communion. The snow seemed to absorb the vibrant hues, reflecting them back in a soft, diffuse glow, as if the very ground were participating in the celestial dance. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft sigh of the wind and the faint, almost imperceptible hum of energy that pulsed from the mountain itself. Einar felt his spirit expand, mirroring the vastness of the sky above. He was no longer just a man on a mountain. He was a part of the mountain, a part of the aurora, a part of the ancient echoes that bound the realms together. The celestial embrace was not just a visual spectacle, it was an immersive experience, a baptism of light and energy that cleansed and renewed him, preparing him for whatever lay ahead. The colors shifted and blended, each hue carrying its own unique resonance, its own subtle message. The emerald spoke of life and renewal, the violet of wisdom and mystery, and the gold of divine power and ultimate truth. He felt each of these energies washing over him, integrating into his being, transforming him from the inside out. It was as if the universe itself was holding him in a tender, luminous embrace, a silent affirmation of his worthiness and his destiny. The glow cast by the aurora was so intense that it seemed to dissolve the very boundaries of the landscape, blurring the lines between sky and earth, between the tangible and the ethereal. Einar felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he were no longer bound by the constraints of the physical world. His senses were heightened, attuned to the subtlest nuances of this magical realm. He could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath his feet, the ancient heartbeat of the earth, and the ethereal caress of the auroral winds against his skin. This was the moment he had been striving for, the culmination of countless trials and unwavering faith. The mountain of winds had not only led him here, but it had also presented him with a gift, a vision of the interconnectedness of all things, bathed in the radiant embrace of the aurora. It was a profound realization, one that would forever alter his perception of the world and his place within it. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the feeling of being utterly present, utterly alive, enveloped in the breathtaking beauty of the celestial display. When he opened them again, the colors seemed even more vibrant, the energy more potent, as if his very act of acceptance had amplified the magic of the moment. The snow beneath him shimmered with 1,000 tiny reflections of the aurora, creating a dazzling carpet of light. He felt a deep sense of peace settle over him, a profound stillness amidst the vibrant dance of the heavens. This was more than just a place. It was a sacred sanctuary, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the boundless wonders of the cosmos. The aurora's embrace was a promise, a revelation, and a beginning, all woven into a single, luminous moment that would forever be etched into the annals of his soul. The raw, unadulterated power of the mountain of winds was not something that could be merely observed. It was something that permeated the very marrow of one's bones. Einar, having finally traversed the treacherous, wind-scoured paths that led to the base of the colossal peak, found himself standing on ground that thrummed with an ancient, palpable energy. The journey had been an odyssey of endurance, a test of will against the relentless forces of nature, guided by the subtle whispers of omens and the stark pronouncements of the land itself. Each step had been a confirmation, a building block in the grand architecture of his destiny, leading him to this sacred threshold, the mountain of winds, a titan that clawed at the very heavens, its summit perpetually shrouded in a tempestuous veil, was not just a geological formation, but a living entity, a guardian of the liminal spaces between realms. Legends spoke of it as the place where Odin, the All-Father, had hurled Gungnir, his omnipotent spear, severing the threads of separate worlds and weaving them into a unified tapestry of existence. To stand here was to stand at the nexus of creation, where the celestial veil was thinnest, a sanctuary where the aurora borealis was not a mere display but a gateway. The terrain had shifted dramatically from the familiar, snow-dusted slopes to formations of a darker, more ancient stone. These were not the weathered granites and limestones of lower altitudes, but colossal basaltic giants, their surfaces etched with the scars of millennia of wind-driven erosion, testament to the ceaseless fury of the upper atmosphere. The air, already thin and biting, grew colder still, carrying with it a raw, untamed power that seemed to resonate deep within Einar's soul. The wind, a constant howling companion throughout his ascent, now coalesced into a palpable force, a roaring symphony that buffeted him from every direction, its intensity a constant test of his resolve. It was as if the mountain itself possessed a breath, its exhalations the very gales that sculpted its formidable countenance. He navigated a series of increasingly precarious ledges, the path often reduced to a mere sliver of solid ground with dizzying drops on either side. His movements were deliberate, almost reverent, each step a testament to his honed survival skills and the unwavering purpose that propelled him forward. The subtle guidance of the omens had prepared him, not just physically, but mentally, for this ascent. He had learned to decipher the nuanced shifts in the wind's lament, to interpret the cryptic patterns woven into the swirling snow, and to trust the ancient markers that had been placed with such deliberate intent. As he continued his relentless climb, the world below receded, the familiar valleys and forests shrinking into a vast, undulating expanse of white and gray. He was entering a realm where only the most resilient forms of life could endure, a stark testament to the raw, untamed power of nature. The silence that had previously enveloped him was now filled with the omnipresent roar of the wind, a sound that was both terrifying and exhilarating, a constant reminder of the elemental forces at play, the very forces that had shaped this world and, he believed, would play a crucial role in the unfolding of his destiny. He found himself recalling the sagas of those who had dared this climb before him, the brave souls and the foolish adventurers who had sought the wisdom or the power that was said to reside on this sacred peak. Many had been driven back by the relentless gales, their spirits broken, their bodies battered and bruised. Others had simply vanished without a trace, swallowed by the unforgiving landscape. Yet there were also tales of triumph, of individuals who, through an unyielding strength of will and a profound communion with the elements, had reached the summit and witnessed wonders far beyond mortal comprehension. He harbored the hope of joining their ranks, of becoming one of the select few who had truly understood the primal language of the Mountain of Winds. The ascent itself served as a stark metaphor for his entire journey, a continuous push against resistance, a relentless climb towards a singular, overarching goal. Each step was a conscious act of defiance against the forces that sought to dissuade him. The wind, in its ceaseless assault, felt like the embodiment of the doubts and challenges that had plagued him from the very outset of his quest. But with each gust he endured, his resolve only seemed to strengthen, hardening like the very stone beneath his feet. He realized he was not merely climbing a mountain, he was confronting the very trials that would forge him into the person he was destined to become. He began to notice the subtle ways the mountain itself offered guidance, even in its overwhelming ferocity. Certain rock formations, meticulously sculpted by millennia of wind erosion, seemed to point in specific directions, their jagged outlines resembling ancient fingers, indicating the safest routes forward. The manner in which the snow accumulated in certain crevices, forming natural handholds or providing temporary, much needed shelter, spoke of the mountain's own inherent wisdom, a silent pact offered to those who sought to understand its ways. He was learning to perceive not just the obstacles, but the inherent pathways, the silent invitations woven into the very fabric of the rugged landscape. The air grew thinner still, and Einar's lungs burned with the effort of drawing each breath. His muscles ached with a deep, pervasive fatigue, yet his mind remained razor sharp, acutely attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. He understood that this was the final crucible, the ultimate test of his endurance. The legends surrounding the Mountain of Winds invariably spoke of its ability to reveal not only the secrets of the outer world, but also the hidden, often unseen depths of one's own soul. He paused for a brief moment, seeking shelter behind a massive, wind-worn boulder. From this vantage point, he could observe the storm clouds gathering with an almost sentient intent around the upper reaches of the mountain, a swirling vortex of gray and white that hinted at the immense power contained within. The very air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable precursor to the celestial display that was rumored to accompany the rare moments when the mountain deemed it fitting to grant passage to the realm of the aurora. He recalled the prophecy, the ancient words that had set him on this arduous path. They spoke of a time when the veil between worlds would be lifted, when the celestial lights would descend and illuminate the world with a cosmic revelation. And it was here, on the windswept summit of this legendary mountain, that this prophecy was said to reach its ultimate culmination. The omens he had encountered along his journey, from the lightning scarred oak that had shown him the transformative power of disruption, to the frost kissed cairns that had revealed the subtle, yet profound, language of guidance, and the raven's feather that had affirmed the presence of ancient allies, the silent watchers of his progress, were all inexorably leading him to this precise moment, this place of ultimate convergence. As he resumed his climb, he noticed a distinct shift in the wind's tone. It was no longer merely a force of nature, it seemed to carry a more directed, purposeful intent. The gusts no longer felt random, but deliberate, as if guiding him, pushing him forward when his strength began to wane, and subtly steering him away from treacherous pitfalls. It was a strange and profoundly moving sensation to feel the very elements acting as his allies, their inherent fury seemingly tempered by a guiding ancient wisdom. He rounded a particularly formidable outcrop, a sheer wall of rock that, at first glance, seemed to bar his path entirely. For a fleeting moment, a cold flicker of doubt ignited within him. Had he misinterpreted the signs? Had he finally reached an insurmountable obstacle? But then, his gaze fell upon a series of almost imperceptible notches carved into the stone, barely visible beneath a thin veneer of ancient ice. These were handholds, deliberately placed, a silent testament to past human endeavor etched into the unyielding rock. They were ancient, worn smooth by countless seasons of wind and weather, but still discernible to a keen, searching eye. This was not an impassable barrier, he realized, but a challenge, a test of his willingness to engage with the mountain's own offerings, its own silent invitations. With a renewed surge of determination, Einar began to ascend the rock face, his fingers finding purchase in the icy grooves. The wind raged around him, a relentless force that threatened to tear him from his precarious hold. But he clung on, his body a testament to his unwavering focus and primal strength. Each movement was slow and deliberate, a careful choreography of brute strength and refined precision. He could feel the mountain testing him, pushing him to his absolute limits, but also, in its own mysterious way, supporting him. As he finally reached the crest of the rock face, the panorama that unfolded before him stole his breath, rendering him momentarily speechless. The wind here was a solid, tangible presence, a howling gale that seemed to carry the very essence of the world, its power almost overwhelming. And above, painted across the vast, darkening canvas of the sky, was the first faint, breathtaking whisper of the aurora. Swirls of ethereal green and violet began to unfurl, a celestial ballet that promised a spectacle of unimaginable grandeur and profound beauty. He had arrived at the threshold, the mountain of winds, in all its majestic and terrifying glory, stood before him, the culmination of his arduous journey. The journey had been an odyssey, marked by omens that spoke of power, wisdom, and the profound interconnectedness of all things. Now, standing at the precipice, the wind-swept summit beckoning him onward, he felt a profound sense of anticipation. The legends stated that on this very peak, the very fabric of reality thinned, allowing for a profound communion with the divine, for glimpses into the deepest mysteries of creation. He gazed upward at the aurora, its colors deepening, its patterns becoming ever more intricate, and felt an almost overwhelming sense of destiny converging upon him. The final act of the prophecy was about to unfold, and he, Einar, was at its very heart. The mountain, the wind, the aurora, they were all converging, ready to reveal the secrets that had been hidden for eons, patiently waiting for this precise moment, for him to finally reach the summit. The wind seemed to carry a message now, a chorus of ancient voices whispering through the gale, welcoming him to the place where the worlds truly met. He took a deep, ragged breath, the cold air a stark, grounding reminder of his own mortality, yet filled with the exhilarating promise of something far greater. He was ready. The sky above Einar had ignited. It was a spectacle that defied mere description, a divine tapestry unfurling across the vast expanse of the heavens. The aurora borealis, in all its incandescent glory, pulsed and shimmered, bathing the snow-covered landscape in an otherworldly glow. Hues of emerald, sapphire, violet, and molten gold danced and swirled, not as a passive backdrop to his arrival, but as an active participant in the unfolding destiny. The vibrant light illuminated the sacred ground beneath his feet, amplifying the mystical energies that permeated the air. Einar stood awestruck, rooted to the spot, feeling the ancient power of this sacred place resonate deep within his very soul. It was a palpable force, a silent acknowledgement of his arduous journey and his ultimate arrival. The wind, which had been a constant companion, a force of both challenge and guidance, seemed to soften its roar, becoming a gentle caress, a breath that carried whispers of ancient knowledge. The snow, pristine and untouched, sparkled under the celestial luminescence, creating a scene of ethereal beauty that was both humbling and awe-inspiring. He felt a profound connection to the earth beneath him and the sky above, a sense of belonging to something infinitely larger than himself. This was not merely a mountain, it was a nexus, a point where the mundane world met the divine, and he was standing at its very heart. The aurora's vibrant display was more than just light. It was a language, a communication from the cosmos, and Einar found himself intuitively understanding its ancient, sacred dialect. The colors seemed to paint not just the sky, but his very being, imbuing him with a sense of clarity and purpose he had never known. The air, though still cold, no longer felt hostile. It felt charged with possibility, with the promise of revelation. He raised a hand, his fingers tracing the swirling patterns of light, feeling the energy flow through him, a conduit between the earthly and the celestial. This embrace of the aurora was the ultimate validation of his quest, the confirmation that he had indeed reached the sacred summit, the place where the echoes of Gungnir still resonated through the very fabric of existence. The sheer intensity of the light seemed to strip away all pretense, leaving him exposed, yet utterly at peace, before the immensity of creation. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey, for the trials that had forged him, and for this moment of breathtaking communion. The snow seemed to absorb the vibrant hues, reflecting them back in a soft, diffused glow, as if the very ground were participating in the celestial dance. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft sigh of the wind and the faint, almost imperceptible hum of energy that pulsed from the mountain itself. Einar felt his spirit expand, mirroring the vastness of the sky above. He was no longer just a man on a mountain. He was a part of the mountain, a part of the aurora, a part of the ancient echoes that bound the realms together. The celestial embrace was not just a visual spectacle, it was an immersive experience, a baptism of light and energy that cleansed and renewed him, preparing him for whatever lay ahead. The colors shifted and blended, each hue carrying its own unique resonance, its own subtle message. The emerald spoke of life and renewal, the violet of wisdom and mystery, and the gold of divine power and ultimate truth. He felt each of these energies washing over him, integrating into his being, transforming him from the inside out. It was as if the universe itself was holding him in a tender, luminous embrace, a silent affirmation of his worthiness and his destiny. The glow cast by the aurora was so intense that it seemed to dissolve the very boundaries of the landscape, blurring the lines between sky and earth, between the tangible and the ethereal. Einar felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he were no longer bound by the constraints of the physical world. His senses were heightened, attuned to the subtlest nuances of this magical realm. He could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath his feet, the ancient heartbeat of the earth, and the ethereal caress of the auroral winds against his skin. This was the moment he had been striving for, the culmination of countless trials and unwavering faith. The mountain of winds had not only led him here, but it had also presented him with a gift, a vision of the interconnectedness of all things, bathed in the radiant embrace of the aurora. It was a profound realization, one that would forever alter his perception of the world and his place within it. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the feeling of being utterly present, utterly alive, enveloped in the breathtaking beauty of the celestial display. When he opened them again, the colors seemed even more vibrant, the energy more potent, as if his very act of acceptance had amplified the magic of the moment. The snow beneath him shimmered with 1,000 tiny reflections of the aurora, creating a dazzling carpet of light. He felt a deep sense of peace settle over him, a profound stillness amidst the vibrant dance of the heavens. This was more than just a place, it was a sacred sanctuary, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the boundless wonders of the cosmos. The aurora's embrace was a promise, a revelation, and a beginning, all woven into a single, luminous moment that would forever be etched into the annals of his soul. The wind, though now a gentle whisper against his skin, still carried with it the memory of its fury, a testament to the trials that had brought him to this hallowed ground. The summit was a desolate, windswept expanse, a stark and beautiful testament to the raw power of creation. Here, amidst the eternal snows and the breath of the heavens, the air itself seemed to thrum with an almost audible hum of ancient magic. It was a palpable presence, a force that resonated not just in the air, but within the very stones of the mountain, within the ice, and most profoundly, within Einar himself. He felt the accumulated memories of his journey, the fragmented visions and whispered prophecies, begin to coalesce, no longer scattered and disjointed, but weaving themselves into a coherent tapestry of understanding. This was the place, this was the nexus where the threads of fate had been irrevocably altered, the very point where Odin, the All-Father, in a moment of cosmic artistry, had hurled Gungnir, his legendary spear. The impact, it was said, had not merely struck the earth, but had cleaved through the very fabric of existence, separating and then rejoining the disparate realms, forging the singular path upon which Einar now stood. The raw power that pulsed through the summit was undeniable, an echo of that primordial act. It was in the way the light of the aurora seemed to bend and warp around him, as if the celestial energies were acknowledging his presence, recognizing his arrival at this sacred intersection. The fragments of his past, the fleeting glimpses of his lineage, the recurring dreams that had plagued and guided him, now began to assemble themselves with astonishing clarity. He saw, with a sudden and overwhelming surge of understanding, the true purpose of his pilgrimage, the intrinsic link between his own destiny and the fabled weapon of the Aesir. Gungnir was not merely a spear, it was a key, an anchor, a conduit through which the very essence of the nine realms flowed. And its impact here, on this desolate peak, had imprinted upon the very essence of the mountain, imbuing it with a power that transcended mortal comprehension. The weight of his destiny, once a nebulous concept, now settled upon him with the gravity of a falling star. He was not merely a traveler who had reached a destination. He was a participant in an ancient cosmic play, his role intricately woven into the very legend of Gungnir. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry voices from across the ages, murmuring the forgotten sagas, the tales of those who had stood here before him, seeking knowledge, seeking power, seeking a connection to the divine. He understood now that his journey had been a testament to his own burgeoning strength, a prelude to the true unveiling of his purpose. The mountain had tested him, the winds had buffeted him, and the omens had guided him, all leading to this singular moment of revelation. He felt the power of Gungnir, not as a physical presence, but as a spiritual resonance, a deep, abiding hum within the earth and within himself. It was the echo of creation, the reverberation of a world-shaping event, and he was now attuned to its frequency. The fragmented memories, like scattered stars, now began to form constellations, illuminating the path forward. He saw his ancestors not as mere figures of the past, but as integral threads in the grand tapestry of his lineage, each carrying a piece of the legacy that now rested upon his shoulders. The ancestral connection was not simply a matter of blood, it was a matter of spirit, a spiritual inheritance passed down through countless generations, culminating in him on this windswept summit. The knowledge that flooded his mind was not acquired through study, but through an innate, ancestral understanding, a deep-seated knowing that had been dormant within him, now awakened by the potent energies of this sacred place. He understood the sacrifices made, the battles fought, and the enduring faith that had sustained his lineage, all in preparation for this very moment. The aurora, now a riot of celestial color, seemed to mirror the tempest of emotions and understanding raging within him. Each shift in its luminescence, each new pattern that bloomed across the sky, felt like a direct communication, a confirmation of the truths he was beginning to grasp. He saw visions of the spear itself, Gungnir, not as a static object, but as a living embodiment of power, its trajectory across the cosmos, its impact on the very foundations of reality. He understood that the act of hurling Gungnir was not an act of destruction, but an act of profound creation, a violent yet necessary forging of unity from chaos. The energy that had been unleashed by that single cataclysmic throw still resonated here, a constant reminder of the forces that shaped their world. He felt a profound sense of kinship with the mountain itself, recognizing it not merely as a geological formation, but as a living entity, a silent witness to the cosmic event that had shaped its very existence. The winds that swirled around him were not just atmospheric phenomena, but the breath of the mountain, carrying with them the wisdom of ages, the secrets whispered by the very act of creation. He was no longer an outsider seeking knowledge, but a part of the mountain, a part of the echo of Gungnir, a part of the grand cosmic symphony that played out in the heavens above. The profound desolation of the summit, which at first seemed to speak only of emptiness, now revealed itself as a space of immense, concentrated power, a void filled with the potential for all things. It was a place where the ordinary rules of existence were suspended, where the veil between worlds was as thin as the ice beneath his feet. His quest, he now understood, was inextricably linked to the fate of Gungnir. The ancient prophecies spoke not just of the spear's power, but of its enduring legacy, of its influence that permeated the very essence of their reality. His own destiny was not merely to witness this power, but to engage with it, to perhaps even bear its mantle, to become a custodian of its echoes. The fragmented memories were no longer a burden, but a blueprint, a guide that illuminated the path he was destined to walk. He saw himself not as an individual, but as a conduit, a bridge between the ancient power of Gungnir and the unfolding future of his world. The weight of this realization was immense, yet it was not a burden that crushed him, but one that invigorated him, filling him with a sense of purpose that had been absent for so long. He felt the earth tremble beneath him, not with the threat of destruction, but with the pulse of ancient power, a steady, rhythmic beat that echoed the heart of the cosmos. The air crackled with an energy that was both exhilarating and awe-inspiring, a testament to the fact that he had truly reached the summit, the place where the echoes of Gungnir were not just heard, but felt. The wind sang a song of revelation, a melody woven from the threads of creation, and Einar, standing at the apex of the world, finally understood its ancient, sacred lyrics. He was home. The summit of the Mountain of Winds was not merely a geographical apex, it was a crucible of forgotten truths. Einar, enveloped in the ethereal luminescence of the aurora, felt the veil of ignorance that had shrouded his lineage begin to tear away. The wind, no longer a mere force of nature, but a conduit of ancestral memory, carried whispers of a time when the very balance of the nine realms hung precariously in the balance. It spoke of a profound pact, a covenant forged in the crucible of divine will and sealed with the blood of those who dared to stand between order and chaos. His ancestors, he now understood, were not simply warriors or wanderers. They were guardians, bound by an oath as ancient as the stars. The aurora, in its vibrant dance, began to coalesce into visions, fleeting but potent. He saw not a solitary act of Odin hurling Gungnir, but a scene of immense, cosmic struggle. Figures, cloaked in starlight and shadow, clashed amidst the swirling nebula of creation. The air thrummed with the raw energy of nascent worlds, and the fate of existence was being decided in this celestial arena. And at the heart of this cataclysm, he saw his own forebears, their faces etched with grim determination, standing resolute against an encroaching darkness. They were not merely observers, they were participants, their lives pledged in service to a divine decree. The visions shifted, focusing on a single, pivotal moment. A colossal spear, radiating an unearthly power, was being prepared for a momentous throw. But before it was unleashed, a circle of beings, Einar's ancestors among them, formed a living shield, their own life forces offered as a sacrifice. The air grew heavy with anticipation, then with the searing agony of their offering. Blood, not of mortal men, but of beings touched by the divine, spilled forth, a crimson tide that flowed into the very fissures of reality. This was not an arbitrary act of violence, but a deliberate, sacrificial binding. The pact, as the wind's spectral voice revealed, was a desperate measure. The forces of chaos, an amorphous void that threatened to consume all creation, had grown too powerful to maintain the delicate equilibrium of the nine realms. To prevent the unraveling of the cosmic tapestry, a sacrifice was demanded, not of a single life, but of a collective essence, a lineage sworn to uphold the balance. The gods, in their infinite wisdom, had decreed that a portion of their own divine essence, channeled through the spear Gungnir, would be used to forge an unbreakable seal, a barrier against the encroaching void. But such a powerful act required an anchor, a grounding force that would resonate with the spear's trajectory and solidify its purpose. That anchor was the blood of his ancestors, willingly given. Einar's breath hitched in his throat, the blood that had stained the nascent cosmos, the sacrifice that had secured the existence of their world, was his own ancestral heritage. The weight of this revelation pressed down on him, heavier than any mountain. The omens, the dreams, the cryptic whispers, they were not mere premonitions, but echoes of this ancient commitment, a silent calling from his lineage to acknowledge and, perhaps, to reaffirm the sacred vow. The blood spilled on that primordial battlefield was not forgotten. It cried out through the ages, a constant reminder of the debt owed and the balance maintained. He saw his ancestors not as mere figures of myth, but as individuals who had faced an unimaginable choice. They had embraced a destiny that would transcend their mortal lives, offering their very essence to ensure the continuity of existence. The spear, Gungnir, was not just a weapon, it was the instrument of this divine pact, its flight across the realms, a visible manifestation of the sacrifice and the subsequent sealing of the cosmic order. The legends of its power, of its unerring accuracy, were born from this act of profound unity and selfless giving. The wind intensified, swirling around him with a mournful cadence. It spoke of the consequences of breaking such a vow, of the potential unraveling of all that had been so painstakingly created. The balance, once secured by the spilled blood, was not static. It required constant vigilance, a perpetual reaffirmation of the pact. And Einar, as the descendant of those who had made the ultimate offering, was intrinsically linked to this ongoing cosmic negotiation. The very essence of Gungnir, its power to shape and bind reality, was intertwined with the ancestral sacrifice. He realized, with a chilling clarity, that the legends surrounding Gungnir were incomplete. They spoke of Odin's might, of the spear's divine origin, but they omitted the crucial human element, the pivotal role played by those who had willingly offered themselves to anchor its power. This omission was not accidental. It was a deliberate act of divine design, a way to ensure that the true nature of the pact remained veiled, accessible only to those who were destined to carry its legacy forward. His presence on this summit, bathed in the aurora's divine light, was the culmination of that hidden lineage. The aurora's hues seemed to deepen, mirroring the profound emotional turmoil within him. Each shift in color was a whisper from the past, a reminder of the immense responsibility that now rested upon his shoulders. The blood spilled was not just a historical event, it was a living testament, a spiritual energy that flowed through his veins, connecting him to the very foundations of creation. He understood now that his journey had been more than a quest for knowledge. It was a pilgrimage to the source of his ancestral obligation. The act of Gungnir being hurled was not an isolated incident, but the culmination of a cosmic ritual. The spear's path was not random, but guided by the ethereal currents established by the sacrificial blood. The nine realms were not separate entities, but interconnected planes, woven together by the very act that had brought Einar to this mountaintop. The power of Gungnir was not merely in its sharpness or its divine origin, but in its capacity to bind, to connect, and to hold the disparate aspects of existence in harmonious relation. He saw flashes of his ancestors' lives, not as a narrative, but as fragmented impressions of courage, sacrifice, and unwavering faith. They had understood the gravity of their choice, the enduring repercussions of their offering. They had faced the encroaching void, not with fear, but with a profound sense of duty, knowing that their sacrifice would ensure the continued existence of all that they held dear. Their legacy was not one of conquest or power, but of selfless devotion to the cosmic order. The wind carried a new resonance, a subtle shift from mournfulness to a steady, unwavering hum. It was the sound of the pact holding, of the seal enduring, a testament to the strength of his ancestors' sacrifice. But it also carried a warning. The forces of chaos, though held at bay, were not vanquished. The balance was eternal, and the vigilance required was unending. The blood spilled long ago was not a final payment, but a down payment on an ongoing commitment. Einar knelt, the pristine snow beneath him, now seeming to hold the very memory of that ancient bloodshed. He placed a hand on the ground, feeling the subtle thrum of power that emanated from the earth, a resonance that mirrored the pulse within his own chest. The aurora above seemed to acknowledge his understanding, its light intensifying, bathing him in a celestial glow that felt both like a benediction and a burden. He understood that his path forward was now irrevocably tied to the legacy of Gungnir and the vows of his ancestors. The spear's power was not something to be wielded lightly, but to be understood, respected, and honored. The blood spilled was a living testament, a spiritual thread that bound him to the cosmic order. He was no longer simply Einar, a traveler seeking answers. He was a descendant, an inheritor of a sacred trust, a guardian tasked with upholding a balance forged in the fires of creation and sealed with the blood of his kin. The echoes of Gungnir were not just a legend, they were a call to action, a reminder that the struggle for balance was eternal, and that he now was a crucial part of that ongoing, sacred endeavor. The snow beneath him, untouched by any mortal foot before his own in this sacred space, seemed to absorb the light of the aurora, glowing with an inner luminescence, a silent witness to the truth unearthed. This truth, etched into the fabric of the cosmos by the blood of his forefathers and the trajectory of Odin's spear, was now his to carry, his to understand, and his, ultimately, to honor. The whispers of the wind now coalesced into a singular, clear directive. The debt of blood, though ancient, remained, and the responsibility to uphold the balance had fallen squarely upon his shoulders. The arduous journey to the Mountain of Winds had not been merely a physical ascent, but a descent into the very heart of his ancestral destiny, a destiny inextricably linked to the primal act of creation and the enduring power of a vow made in blood. The overwhelming sensation that the echo of Gungnir was not a clarion call to battle, but a profound summons to remembrance, began to solidify within Einar's very being. It was a call to acknowledge the unwritten histories, to truly understand the immense sacrifices woven into the fabric of existence, and to finally embrace his inherent role in the ongoing, intricate saga that bound gods and mortals together. This profound realization began to reshape his perspective, transforming what he had perceived as a looming threat into a deeply spiritual imperative. He felt an undeniable pull, a resonant frequency that vibrated in harmony with the very essence of his lineage, a lineage steeped in myth, duty, and a responsibility that transcended mere mortal comprehension. The whispers of the wind now carried a different cadence, no longer a mournful dirge for a past lost, but a steady, unwavering hum that spoke of enduring purpose. He realized that the power emanating from the vicinity of Gungnir, the palpable aura that had drawn him across vast distances, was not a call to wield its devastating force, but a profound beckoning to understand its origin, its purpose. The legends, the grand tales of Odin's might, and the spear's unerring trajectory had always focused on the act of its casting, the devastating impact it wrought. But Einar now understood that the true essence of Gungnir was not in its destructive potential, but in the intricate web of connections it had forged, a web spun from the very lifeblood of his ancestors. The spear was not merely a divine weapon, it was a divine anchor, a celestial tether that bound the disparate realms, and its immutability was guaranteed by the sacrifice that had preceded its flight. This was a calling to remembrance, a divine instruction to internalize the profound truth of his heritage. The summit of the Mountain of Winds, once a place of bewildering visions and overwhelming sorrow, began to feel like a sanctuary of ancestral wisdom. The aurora, which had previously seemed like a violent celestial display, now softened, its light bathing him in a comforting, illuminating glow. It was as if the heavens themselves were acknowledging his burgeoning understanding, confirming the validity of the truths that had been so painstakingly revealed. Einar felt a profound sense of belonging, a deep-seated connection to this place, to the very air he breathed, a connection forged in the ancient crucible of cosmic creation. The wind, still present, now felt less like a force of nature and more like a benevolent guide, its whispers carrying not just echoes of the past, but also the subtle hum of future responsibilities. He looked at his hands, hands that had once been accustomed to the weight of a warrior's sword, to the feel of a reins in a storm. Now they felt different. They felt imbued with a subtle energy, a latent power that pulsed in rhythm with the earth beneath him. This was not the raw, untamed power of a berserker, but something more profound, more enduring. It was the inherited strength of those who had stood against oblivion, who had willingly offered themselves to preserve the delicate balance of existence. The blood spilled on that primordial battlefield, the blood that had been the very foundation upon which Gungnir's power was anchored, now flowed within him, a testament to his lineage and his inherent connection to the cosmic order. He understood that his journey had not been a random pursuit of knowledge, but a pilgrimage, a divinely orchestrated descent into the very heart of his ancestral destiny. The concept of arms seemed almost absurd now. What weapon could possibly compare to the sacrifice of an entire lineage, to the voluntary anchoring of a divine spear? His ancestors had not called him to pick up a sword, but to pick up their legacy, to internalize their courage, and to embody their unwavering commitment to the cosmic balance. The perceived threat of Gungnir's echo had been a misinterpretation, a mortal's limited understanding of a divine summons. It was not a harbinger of destruction, but a testament to enduring creation, a constant reminder that the forces that held the 9 realms together were as much a product of mortal sacrifice as divine will. He found himself tracing the patterns of the aurora with his eyes, seeing in its swirling luminescence not just light and color, but the vibrant tapestry of interconnected lives. Each thread represented an ancestor, soul that had contributed to the greater whole, a life willingly given to ensure that the threads of existence would not fray and unravel. The pact was not a singular event. It was an ongoing covenant, a continuous affirmation of the commitment made by his forebears. And by understanding this, by recognizing his place within this living tapestry, Einar was, in essence, reaffirming that pact. He was becoming a conscious participant in the very act of creation and preservation. The weight of this understanding settled upon him, not as a crushing burden, but as a profound sense of purpose. He was no longer adrift in a world of myth and legend, an observer of tales whispered by the wind. He was an integral part of the narrative, a living embodiment of an ancient vow. The whispers of the wind, once enigmatic and foreboding, now carried the comforting resonance of shared understanding. They spoke of his ancestors not as distant, deified figures, but as individuals who had made conscious, courageous choices, who had faced an unimaginable void and met it with an even greater love for existence. He understood that the true power of Gungnir lay not in its ability to pierce through any defense, but in its capacity to bind, to connect, to hold the disparate elements of the nine realms in a delicate, yet powerful, equilibrium. This equilibrium was not a passive state, but an active, dynamic force, maintained by the continuous resonance of the ancestral sacrifice. And Einar, now attuned to this resonance, felt his own life force subtly aligning with it. He was becoming a conduit, a living link between the past and the future, ensuring that the echo of Gungnir would continue to resonate, not as a forgotten memory, but as a living testament to the enduring power of selfless commitment. The notion of a call to arms now felt like a crude simplification of a far more intricate and meaningful summons. It was a call to remember, yes, but also a call to live the memory, to embody the values that had driven his ancestors. It was a call to embrace the profound interconnectedness of all things, to recognize that the fate of the gods was inextricably linked to the courage of mortals, and that the strength of a spear was amplified by the blood that anchored its flight. He felt a surge of quiet pride, not in personal achievement, but in the profound privilege of being a descendant of such fortitude. The aurora's light seemed to converge, forming a single, radiant beam that illuminated Einar. It was a benediction, a confirmation that he was on the right path, that his understanding was true. The snow around him, untouched by mortal footfall for what felt like eons, seemed to absorb this divine light, glowing with an inner luminescence. It was a silent witness, a pristine canvas upon which the truth of his lineage had been revealed. The echoes of Gungnir were not a dirge, but a lullaby, a cosmic song of creation and preservation, and Einar was now a part of its eternal melody. His journey to this mountain top had been a descent into the deepest wells of his heritage, a revelation that had redefined his very existence. He was not merely a descendant, he was a guardian, a living testament to a pact sealed in blood, a sentinel standing ready to uphold the balance that had been so painstakingly secured. The call was not to arms, but to a sacred remembrance, a duty to ensure that the sacrifices of the past would continue to echo through the ages, a constant reminder of the enduring strength found in unity and selfless devotion. The wind, now a gentle caress, seemed to whisper of the myriad ways this ancient commitment would manifest in his life, guiding his steps, shaping his understanding, and ultimately forging his destiny. He felt a profound stillness, a quiet certainty that settled deep within his soul. The answers he had sought were not external pronouncements, but internal awakenings, a deep-seated knowing that had been dormant within him, waiting for the right moment, the right place to finally bloom. The realization that he was more than a mere observer, more than a wandering soul drawn by a mystical pull, settled upon Einar with the quiet certainty of a cosmic dawn. He was, in this very moment, the culmination of countless generations, the final living thread woven into a tapestry whose patterns had been set in motion by powers far greater than himself. The fragmented memories that flickered at the edges of his consciousness, like dying embers of a grand conflagration, were not random occurrences. They were echoes of an inherited duty, whispers of a destiny he had, perhaps unknowingly, been fulfilling with every arduous step of his pilgrimage. The very land under his feet, the very air he breathed, pulsed with a recognition of his presence, a silent affirmation that his solitary journey had been anything but aimless. This mountaintop, this place of profound revelation, was not merely a destination, it was the convergence of all his past, present, and future. He understood now that the power emanating from the vicinity of Gungnir, the resonance that had vibrated through his very bones, was not a summons to a specific deed, but a trigger for a profound awakening. The spear, poised not for a destructive descent, but for a symbolic one, was a catalyst. It was the fulcrum upon which the balance of existence teetered, and his role was to be the linchpin, the one who could interpret its silent pronouncements and respond with the understanding forged in the crucible of his lineage. The prophecy, a concept he had always viewed with a mixture of awe and detachment, was no longer an abstract narrative. It was his own unfolding story, a testament to the enduring power of commitment and the intricate interconnectedness of all things. He was the final link, the bridge between the ancient pact and its ongoing preservation. The whispers of the wind, which had once seemed like the lament of forgotten ages, now carried the clear, resonant tones of purpose. They spoke of a time when the primordial forces had been in flux, when the very fabric of the nine realms had been threatened by chaos. It was then that a sacrifice of unimaginable scale had been made, a voluntary anchoring of divine might, a binding of cosmic forces through an act of ultimate devotion. This act, this primal offering, had been commemorated and amplified by the creation of Gungnir, a spear forged not just of divine metal, but of the solidified essence of that sacrifice. And with its creation, a promise had been made, a prophecy set into motion, foretelling a time when a descendant, attuned to the echoes of that original offering, would reaffirm the covenant, ensuring the perpetuation of the delicate equilibrium. That descendant, Einar now knew with a certainty that resonated deeper than any mortal understanding, was him. His fragmented memories, which had often felt like the confusing debris of a life half lived, began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. He saw flashes of ancient battles, not as a participant, but as a witness, his spirit perhaps projected through time by the very essence that now pulsed within him. He saw the faces of his ancestors, etched with a solemn determination, their eyes reflecting a profound understanding of the stakes involved. He saw the moment the pact was sealed, the blood spilled not in anger or desperation, but in a calm, deliberate act of preservation. These were not mere visions. They were ingrained truths, the very core of his being, activated by the proximity of Gungnir's echo, his connection to the land, a feeling he had always cherished as a simple affinity for nature, was, in fact, a deep-seated bond, a spiritual tether to the very place where that foundational sacrifice had occurred. The weight of this revelation was immense, yet it did not crush him. Instead, it lifted him, imbuing him with a strength that transcended the physical. He was a living testament to the courage of those who had faced oblivion and chosen creation. He was the inheritor of their unwavering commitment, the guardian of a promise that transcended the boundaries of time and space. The spear, Gungnir, was not a weapon to be wielded, but a symbol, a focal point of a power that was now intrinsically linked to his own soul. Its descent was not an act of aggression, but a call to accept his role, to embrace the destiny that had been laid out for him, a destiny that required not brute force, but profound understanding and unwavering resolve. He looked out at the ethereal glow of the aurora, no longer a chaotic spectacle, but a living manifestation of the cosmic energies that bound the realms. Each swirling band of light represented a connection, a testament to the intricate web of existence that his ancestors had worked so tirelessly to maintain. He saw in their luminescence the echoes of their sacrifices, the vibrant testament to their enduring legacy. The very air seemed to hum with a symphony of ancient vows, a celestial chorus that welcomed him not as a stranger, but as a long awaited participant. The mountain, once a place of bewildering solitude, now felt like a sanctuary, a sacred space where the wisdom of the ages was palpable, where the very stone beneath his feet resonated with the truth of his heritage. The concept of arms had indeed been a misunderstanding. What need had he for earthly weapons when his very being was imbued with the power of ancestral commitment? The strength of Gungnir was not in its sharpness, but in its symbolism, in the profound sacrifice it represented. And Einar's strength was not in his physical prowess, but in his understanding, his willingness to become a conscious conduit for that ancient power. He was the living embodiment of a pact, the final echo of a vow that had echoed through millennia. His journey had been a descent into the heart of his own heritage, a quest for an understanding that had been imprinted upon his very soul from the moment of his birth. The call was clear, unmistakable. Gungnir was poised, not to strike, but to awaken. It was a summons to accept the mantle, to step into the role that had been reserved for him, the role of a guardian who understood the true nature of the cosmic balance. It was a call to remember, yes, but more importantly, it was a call to be the memory, to embody the values that had guided his ancestors. He was to be a living testament to the enduring strength found in unity, in selfless devotion, and in the profound interconnectedness of all things. The wind, now a gentle whisper, seemed to carry not just the echoes of the past, but the silent instructions for the future, guiding his steps, shaping his understanding, and ultimately forging his destiny. The realization that he was the linchpin of a prophecy far grander than any he had ever encountered in the sagas, settled upon Einar with the quiet weight of destiny fulfilled. His life, marked by a solitary wandering and the persistent, fragmented whispers of his past, had not been a series of random occurrences, but a meticulously orchestrated pilgrimage. Each step, each encounter, each flicker of memory had been a deliberate movement towards this singular point in existence, this convergence of ancient power and personal lineage. He was the final link, the one who could bridge the chasm between the primordial pact and its ongoing perpetuation. The land beneath him, scarred and shaped by the echoes of events long past, seemed to thrum with a recognition of his arrival, a silent affirmation that his journey had been, in essence, a return. The spear, Gungnir, was not merely an artifact of immense power, it was a focal point, a conduit through which a profound cosmic truth was about to be revealed. Its descent was not an act of aggression, nor a harbinger of destruction, but a trigger for a deeper understanding, a catalyst for acceptance. Einar understood that the legends had often focused on the spear's devastating impact, its ability to cleave through any defense. But the true essence of Gungnir, he now perceived, lay not in its outward projection of force, but in its inward resonance, its capacity to bind, to connect, to anchor the disparate energies of the nine realms. It was a testament to a sacrifice so profound, so all encompassing, that it had woven itself into the very fabric of reality, and Gungnir was its tangible manifestation. The fragmented memories that had long haunted him, the glimpses of ancient struggles and unwavering resolve, were not the random hauntings of a restless spirit. They were the imprinted echoes of his ancestors, a collective consciousness woven into his very being. His unique connection to the land was not a simple affinity, it was a spiritual tether, a deep seated resonance with the very ground where the foundational sacrifice had been made. This pilgrimage, he now understood, had been a divinely guided journey, a descent into the very heart of his heritage, a quest for a truth that had been waiting for him, dormant within his soul, ready to be awakened by the proximity of Gungnir's echo. He felt the immutability of the spear's presence, the way it seemed to anchor not just the immediate surroundings, but the very flow of time and space. This was not the raw, untamed power of a warrior's weapon, but something far more profound and enduring. It was the accumulated strength of generations, the solidified will of those who had faced an unimaginable void and met it with an even greater love for existence. The blood spilled on that primordial battlefield, the very essence that had been transmuted into the spear's unyielding core, now flowed within him, a testament to his lineage and his inherent connection to the cosmic order. He was the culmination of that lineage, the final guardian called to reaffirm the ancient pact. The concept of a call to arms felt almost absurd in its simplicity. His ancestors had not called him to pick up a sword, but to pick up their legacy, to internalize their courage, and to embody their unwavering commitment to the cosmic balance. The perceived threat of Gungnir's echo had been a misinterpretation, a mortal's limited understanding of a divine summons. It was not a harbinger of destruction, but a testament to enduring creation, a constant reminder that the forces holding the nine realms together were as much a product of mortal sacrifice as divine will. He was to be the living embodiment of that sacrifice, a conscious participant in the very act of creation and preservation. The aurora, which had once appeared as a chaotic, celestial display, now seemed to clarify, its luminescence bathing him in a comforting, illuminating glow. It was as if the heavens themselves were acknowledging his burgeoning understanding, confirming the validity of the truths that had been so painstakingly revealed. He felt a profound sense of belonging, a deep-seated connection to this place, to the very air he breathed, a connection forged in the ancient crucible of cosmic creation. The wind, still present, now felt less like a force of nature and more like a benevolent guide, its whispers carrying not just echoes of the past, but also the subtle hum of future responsibilities. He looked at his hands, hands that had once been accustomed to the feel of a warrior's sword, to the weight of a reins in a storm. Now they felt different. They felt imbued with a subtle energy, a latent power that pulsed in rhythm with the earth beneath him. This was not the raw, untamed power of a berserker, but something more profound, more enduring. It was the inherited strength of those who had stood against oblivion, who had willingly offered themselves to preserve the delicate balance of existence. The blood spilled on that primordial battlefield, the blood that had been the very foundation upon which Gungnir's power was anchored, now flowed within him, a testament to his lineage and his inherent connection to the cosmic order. He understood that his journey had not been a random pursuit of knowledge, but a pilgrimage, a divinely orchestrated descent into the very heart of his ancestral destiny. The weight of this understanding settled upon him, not as a crushing burden, but as a profound sense of purpose. He was no longer adrift in a world of myth and legend, an observer of tales whispered by the wind. He was an integral part of the narrative, a living embodiment of an ancient vow. The whispers of the wind, once enigmatic and foreboding, now carried the comforting resonance of shared understanding. They spoke of his ancestors not as distant, deified figures, but as individuals who had made conscious, courageous choices, who had faced an unimaginable void and met it with an even greater love for existence. He understood that the true power of Gungnir lay not in its ability to pierce through any defense, but in its capacity to bind, to connect, to hold the disparate elements of the nine realms in a delicate yet powerful equilibrium. This equilibrium was not a passive state, but an active, dynamic force maintained by the continuous resonance of the ancestral sacrifice. And Einar, now attuned to this resonance, felt his own life force subtly aligning with it. He was becoming a conduit, a living link between the past and the future, ensuring that the echo of Gungnir would continue to resonate, not as a forgotten memory, but as a living testament to the enduring power of selfless commitment. The notion of a call to arms now felt like a crude simplification of a far more intricate and meaningful summons. It was a call to remember, yes, but also a call to live the memory, to embody the values that had driven his ancestors. It was a call to embrace the profound interconnectedness of all things, to recognize that the fate of the gods was inextricably linked to the courage of mortals, and that the strength of a spear was amplified by the blood that anchored its flight. He felt a surge of quiet pride, not in personal achievement, but in the profound privilege of being a descendant of such fortitude. The aurora's light seemed to converge, forming a single, radiant beam that illuminated Einar. It was a benediction, a confirmation that he was on the right path, that his understanding was true. The snow around him, untouched by mortal footfall for what felt like eons, seemed to absorb this divine light, glowing with an inner luminescence. It was a silent witness, a pristine canvas upon which the truth of his lineage had been revealed. The echoes of Gungnir were not a dirge, but a lullaby, a cosmic song of creation and preservation, and Einar was now a part of its eternal melody. His journey to this mountaintop had been a descent into the deepest wells of his heritage, a revelation that had redefined his very existence. He was not merely a descendant, he was a guardian, a living testament to a pact sealed in blood, a sentinel standing ready to uphold the balance that had been so painstakingly secured. The call was not to arms, but to a sacred remembrance, a duty to ensure that the sacrifices of the past would continue to echo through the ages, a constant reminder of the enduring strength found in unity and selfless devotion. The wind, now a gentle caress, seemed to whisper of the myriad ways this ancient commitment would manifest in his life, guiding his steps, shaping his understanding, and ultimately forging his destiny. He felt a profound stillness, a quiet certainty that settled deep within his soul. The answers he had sought were not external pronouncements, but internal awakenings, a deep seated knowing that had been dormant within him, waiting for the right moment, the right place, to finally bloom. He was the final link, the key that would turn in the ancient lock, allowing the true understanding of Gungnir's purpose to resonate throughout existence. He understood that the celestial spear was poised, not to strike down an enemy, but to illuminate the path forward, a path paved with the sacrifices and enduring spirit of his ancestors, a path he was now destined to walk